Good morning, welcome along to another week here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a special week as well. We are celebrating 2 years since this concept began in the previous guise of the Live League in Southampton, and a man who's been there from the start, the man alongside me, Chris Mason. Happy anniversary, Chris.
Yeah, happy anniversary, pal. Yeah, it's been some evolution, hasn't it? We sort of felt like we were onto something, even right at the very beginning when we were doing it from people's houses, garages, conservatories, bedrooms. We felt like this had some mileage, but yeah, it's been some transformation, and now we got this beautiful venue and a proper stage, and a great opportunity for players to play under the lights.
Absolutely, and we'll be reflecting on some of the best moments over the last couple of years throughout the course of this week.
But all about me, wasn't it? No?
A little bit, yeah, you might be in there. But yeah, the first reflection is of last week. Here's Henry Deacon with the highlights from Saturday evening.
Saturday night saw the end of week 5, and it saw Mike Warburton get the better of Sebastian Białowski, the Pole eliminated in the group stages. As for Reece Robinson, his campaign came to an end very early as Alan Norris progressed his way through to the semi-finals in double quick time. As for Conor Heenahan, he was the first of the finalists, getting the better of Matt Dennant by 4 legs to 2. And then Mike Warburton brushed aside Chuck Norris by 4 legs to 0 to set up what would be a pulsating final between Wales and the Republic of Ireland.
Mike, you require 64.
He's got good memories of it. He took it in 2. Can he replicate?
Game,
Mike
shot,
Warburton
and the
is
week
your
5
winner
of the MODUS Super
week
Series,
5.
Mike Warburton.
He comes through Group C. He's been here all week. He joined us on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in Group A. Qualified through the Thursday, Friday morning, and then has been the star performer of the day.
Yeah, Mike Warburton, actually quite fitting on this week, a man who's been involved in this concept quite a lot, played some really good stuff, and probably a deserved winner and through to Champions Week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was involved, another one of those players right from the very beginning when it when it was the Live League, and yeah, he's threatened to do what he did on Saturday night. Absolutely rock solid player when he's right on his A game, and he's going to be a threat in Champions Week. I was really impressed with him, especially Saturday night. He was the one that held it together the most all the way through.
Let's have a deeper dig into what happened last week. Here is week 5 by the numbers. Conor Heenahan is on there quite a lot, and he was, unlucky not to get through. If Warburton deserved it, then he pretty much deserved it as well. Yeah,
I was really impressed with him. He produced all the highlights, really. The 167, the highest finish of the week, the best leg. His third 9-darter. He's the man for the 9s here down at the Live Lounge. Matty Dennant with the high average, and usually low overall average for the week of 84.67, but we did have a couple of days where the players seemed to not really click. But yeah, Conor will be desperately disappointed. We could see how relieved Warby was and how disappointed Conor was, because he did have a great week, but he will be back. He's a player I think he's only been playing 5 or 6 years, and yeah, he's got a big future ahead of him.
Yeah, almost another 9-darter in the final as well.
Yeah, missed double 12 for his 4th 9-darter, which is just remarkable. It's Martin Adams levels.
Well, we'll turn our attention to this week now. Warburton through to Champions Week. 12 players battling it out to join him and make the field half full for the 3rd Champions Week in this venue, and it's a good group of players. We'll start with Group A, and we'll take a look at the betting in this group. And there are a couple of names that really stand out because they both contested the final, of course, at the World Seniors Championship.
Yeah, and incredibly, the winner of that is the second favourite, which I find a little unusual. Robert's not played in his most recent times here. He's not been at his best, and there was a bit of a worry about his form going into the World Seniors, but he managed to correct it in a short space of time. I'm interested at Sam Cankett at 13-2 in this group as well. I think he's a fine player, and a couple of unknowns really. John Nelson there. We're not quite sure how he's gonna find the stage. Gary Stafford, of course, we had you before when he was in a real commanding position and then had a real disastrous time, but. Yeah, he had wins over some high-quality players during that week, so he'll want to right the wrongs from that time here before.
Yeah, one good day, one bad day last time he was here, but 3 days this time around in Group A. John Nelson, you mentioned, he's the ADC qualifier this week, so we're going to take a look at your selections here with Aces Akka. Just talk us through this.
Yeah, it's always a little volatile early on because we don't really know the form of the players. We tend to get it right sort of by Tuesday or Wednesday, but the opening match, Howson against Nelson, -1.5. Of course, Richie's so experienced here, just coming on the back of that World Seniors final as well. -1.5 looks the shot there. Then Howson against Thornton, potentially going to go to a deciding leg. Well, that's what my thinking is. So over 5.5. And then Cankett, most 180s against Nelson. Cankett known for it in lots of maxes.
There you go. If you do have a flutter, of course, today or any day this week, gamble responsibly, 18+, and it's begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. Right, I'll get one more little question out of the way before I send you downstairs. The winner, Group A, who do you fancy?
Yeah, Richie Howson.
Yeah, he was playing well last time he was here, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he's a quality player, and he doesn't seem to tire either. He seems to keep himself fresh throughout. He can sometimes be methodical, but he's very measured. And yeah, we might see a few ups and downs for Robert. If you ask me who was going to win it for the week out of Robert and Richard, I might just sway towards Robert. But Richie's going to be in the mix.
Well, Thornton is in action in the first match of the morning. He's about to take on Lee Cox. A pair are ready behind me. So without further ado, it's over to Henry Deacon, who will be joined by this man in commentary.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to week 6 here at the MODUS Super Series. And we kick off with the battle between Robert Thornton and Lee Cox. And plenty has changed since the last time we've seen the Fawn here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He can add another star to his shirt, retaining the World Seniors title in February at the Circus Tavern. And the man he beat in that final, he is also going to face in this group in Richie Howson. It is most certainly going to be a walk down darting memory lane from Essex a month ago. As for Lee Cox, he's been a regular in the tournament since its inception back in March 2021. He'll be looking to kick on this week and try and book himself another finals berth. He's already done that here in Portsmouth. He'll be looking to get his first weekly win here. And talking about people who have been here from the very start, Charlie Corsafine is your referee in charge of the action. And alongside me this week, the man who commentated on the very first game, almost 2 years to the day. It is a very good morning to Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, H. How are you, pal? Long time no see. It's been about 10 days.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of each other the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think we are. I'm down here for a bit of a stint, 5 out of the next 6 weeks.
Well, that's nothing.
No, that's just part-time when I look at your schedule the last few months. What have you done, 80-odd of the last 80-odd days or something?
By the end of this week, it would have been 85 sessions out of 88.
That's commitment.
98.
That's why you get the big bucks, mate.
Well, it's Lee Cox.
Oh, sorry, mate. Bit of a change. I'm not sure if you've mentioned it, why we've had the change of players in this group A. Have you done that already?
No, we'll chat about that 57. In the next leg as Thornton looks to work his way down. 110 after 12. Yeah, we were due to have Chaz Barstow and Neil Duff here.
110.
They've been replaced for now by Richie Howson and Gary Stafford as Thornton looks to get this first leg done in the space of the regulation 15. But
no flights from the Isle of Man. No surprise when I saw the wind last night. Ooh, hello.
120. Robert, you require 67.
10 for tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Standard Thornton fair there. An 18-dart hold. Not before. A bit of a scare, though. 140 checkout. Very nearly.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Hitting the double 10. Yeah, no flights coming back from the Isle of Man last night. So, yeah, a little bit of a change around. So we will be joined Thursday and Friday by Chaz and Neil Duff.
Yeah, so what has happened is, I say, because of the incident in the Isle of Man, and I don't know whether you've been to the Isle of Man, but I covered that tournament last year. I mean, it's a precarious flight at the best of times, let alone in those sorts of conditions. So it's worked out the fact that Gary Stafford and Chaz Barstow are going to be moved into Group C, which is where Richie Howson originally was housed alongside Gary Stafford. But what that does make is probably the
97.
toughest looking Group C on paper. Neil Duff, Chaz Barstow and Matt Clark already in
and
there.
only 2 go through from 6. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, I've been to the Isle of Man a few times.
60.
Yeah, I took a flight in there once, and it sort of the plane represented just a large coffin, which wasn't something I
85.
particularly enjoyed. We almost bounced over the channel. But safe travels back, lads, when you eventually get on a plane. And and congratulations to a player who's
60.
been in this very building, Martin Turner, of course, who picked up the big one. Bo Greaves, no shot there, also picking up a title or 2. And then over the
95.
weekend, Ross Smith picking up his 2nd Pro Tour title, and Dirk van Dijvenbode picking up another one. What else happened over the
95.
weekend?
Robert,
Was
you
there
require
anything? Oh,
84.
Jelle Klassen, our winner of week 4.
Yeah, week 3 of 3.
Week 3. He also picked up the
48.
WDF
Lee, you
title over
require
in Budapest, cementing his
126.
place at the top of the WDF rankings. And today, of course, there is some Euro Tour qualifiers on, and when they start, if we're still on air,
78.
we'll keep you up to
Robert, you
speed with the
require
results
36.
as they happen.
Talking about speed, this is what Robert Thornton
Game
wants to get
shot on
this
the
game
second
done, and
leg.
he's raced into
Robert
a 2-0
Thornton.
lead in next to no time at all. 17 dart leg there. It's solid stuff from the Thorn, averaging just a shade under 86 for
Third
the
leg, it's Robert to throw first.
first
Game
couple of
on.
legs.
So
From the start.
there was a bit of concern about Robert, wasn't there, prior to the World Seniors? He played down here, didn't play very well for what we expect from him, but incredibly,
41.
he can just turn it around and played outstandingly at the World Seniors to retain his title. And the man he beat in the final, of course, in action
99.
in match number 3 today. He'll be facing debutant John Nelson, who came through a very tough ADC qualifier.
81.
You are joining us for the first time. This is Group A, 6 players. We'll play each other 3 times over the next 3 days.
41.
Best of 7, 2 points for a win. Leg difference does count. The winner straight through to Saturday night's final. The runner-up and
99.
third position go into Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, a 5-player field. The top 3 coming out of that, again, same format. 4, 5 and 6 are joined by 3 further players in Group
45.
C. And only the top 2 qualified to make up a 6-player field for Saturday night's final. The winner of that picks up £5,000 and into Champions Week.
125.
Each series played over the course of 12 weeks to get 12 qualifiers. Then we go again, week 13, winner taking away 20 grand.
The lineup's not too bad for Champions Week so far, is it?
100.
Good luck,
Yeah.
whoever's...
Robert, you require
I was just having a look at that.
155.
Thornton looking to add his name to that list.
Yeah, week 1, John Worsley. Week 2, the very impressive youngster Owen Bates.
131.
Week 3, Jelle Klassen. Week 4, Scott Taylor, who's outstanding. And Saturday night, Mike Warburton joined that list. So we've got 5 of the 12.
81.
We'll have a 6th
Robert,
Saturday
you
night.
required
What was your
24.
opinion on Warby?
Game shot on the
For
third
me,
leg. Robert
Him and
Thornton.
Heenahan were probably the 2 best players of the week. I think Heenahan
Agreed.
can count himself unlucky to a certain extent not to get over the
Fourth
line.
leg, it's
But I
Lee to throw
mentioned in the
first.
interview with
Game
Mike after that game on Saturday night about his temperament, because after what Connor did, missing the double 12 again for the 9, he was in a good place. It would have been so easy for so many players to have crumbled
125.
underneath that pressure, but he didn't.
No, absolutely. He could have buckled and there was not a flicker. But he just looked solid all night, didn't he? That was
97.
not spectacular, but solid. But we do know he has a spectacular game in him. His scoring is right up there with the best.
Based on what he was saying in the interview, he nearly led us to the idea of toilet cam.
98.
Probably not a good idea.
I think that's... Well, we're on late enough at night, I suppose.
140.
Random version of Not Babe Station.
Let's move on before we get removed from the commentary box.
55.
Not even 9:45 in the morning.
It's not as you mean to go on, son.
60.
Well, Thornton here is
No one can be cancelled nowadays, can they? It's lovely.
unless you tweet.
Which I don't. But you can get in touch with us on Twitter. How,
81.
Henry?
At MSS Darts. Do send in your questions, your thoughts and your opinions. We'll read some of the best ones out. May not have much time in this match because Robert Thornton, averaging 90 here, is racing
58.
towards the finishing
Lead
line.
required
Yeah, make sure you get in touch.
142.
Got any questions for us? Or stories or, well, anything really. Anything half decent, we'll read out.
60. Robert, you require
We are on
146.
Instagram and Facebook as well. Again, at MSS Darts. Oh, go out with a bang.
Game,
Beautiful
shot,
from Robert
and the
Thornton.
match. Robert
Well,
Thornton.
incredibly, in increments of one. That started with an 18-dart hold, a 17-dart break, a 16-dart hold, and a 15-dart breaker throw with a 1-4-6 checkout for the recent World Seniors champion Robert Thornton, an average of 91.09, the doubling outstanding. 4 out of 6, 66.67%. What a way to start his campaign. 4-0 over Lee Cox. Coming up next, Gary Stafford against the young Welshman Sam Cankett.
Well, the first game was a quick affair. Robert Thornton wasting no time in a 4-0 thrashing of Cox. Gary Stafford in action next against Sam Cankett, the Welshman, who did reach finals night when he played here in November. Stafford played recently in the previous series, and he had a fantastic first day, was looking set to qualify for finals night himself, but it all unravelled the following day. So he's looking to put that right. He takes on the Welshman Sam Cankett, and it will be described by Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Murph. Well, I'd rather you say that than me. Anyway, next up, Gary Stafford up against Sam Cankett, the 29-year-old Welsh international, back here at the Super Series. Last time we saw him was in November. That was in Series 2, up against Gary Stafford, who we saw at the turn of the year. Perhaps this time round will have a point to prove, because overnight he was top of the table. He won 4 out of his first 5 matches in a real commanding position to go through to Saturday night's final, but never managed to make his way there. And so maybe a little bit of retribution on his mind. He was originally cast to be playing in Group C. However, due to the situation on the Isle of Man, he was given a late call-up to play in Group A. And here he is, ready on the hockey for 4 weeks' play.
Yes, Sam Cankett, of course, a pairs partner and good friend of Nick Kenny, who we've, of course, had here at the Super Series.
Well, success stories of the Super Series.
We're both
talking, weren't we, between games? This is one of those matches where the bookmakers have made it 5-6, both for 2, and you can see why, because maybe there's an element of we don't quite know what to expect throughout the course of the week from the 2.
Yeah, well, we don't have a big enough sample from both of them yet, really, to sort of judge them. It was a very up and down debut for Stafford. And it's almost really the who's going to have the stronger mentality for me.
100.
But yeah, they go 5-6 each of 2. It'd be interesting to see what the odds will be after this match for tomorrow's meeting.
100.
It's always a little bit volatile on the Monday in terms of making predictions.
Of course, in the case of this, because it's a Challenge Tour weekend, a lot of these players won't be playing in that, won't have a PDC sample, so a lot of it will be coming from events either at BADC, WDF, or previous outcomes in this particular competition.
127. Sam, you require 122.
Cankett looks for a 1-2-2 to break the throw in the opening leg within the regulation 15. Is down for 7-7 now to break the Stafford throw.
Game shot the first
way to start.
Sam Cankett.
Well, our last match ended with a 1-4-6 from Thornton to win it 4-0. Well, that's a 1-2-2
to throw first.
In the very next leg to start this match. A beautiful 15-dart break of throw. Of course, it was the JDC Advanced Tour over the weekend. 3 different winners there. But the final one, won by Leighton Bennett, who's found things a little bit tough of late. So good to see him up there, picking up a title. I believe Thomas Banks picked up one. And I'm not sure the other one. Was it Henry?
Is it Henry Coates?
That was it. I think he won the one in the middle.
Talk about young players doing good things. Luke Little at the age of 16 hitting a 9-darter in a senior competition.
Yeah, staggering, isn't it? He is just frighteningly good. And where is his ceiling? That's the scary part.
81.
How good can he get? I mean, he's already mustered. I mean, he was brilliant at the UK Open. Averaged 100 in defeat. Youngest player ever to play at the UK Open. Loses with a 100 average. Over distance as well.
Crazy old game, isn't it? And when you consider as well
97.
Also, I mean, his World Championship debut at Lakeside last year, the only reason he went out that tour was because Richard Veenstra broke the venue record.
Yeah, exactly. And had to.
127.
He's going along here very nicely, Sam Cankett. Asking some questions, and
100.
I can't stress enough
Sam, you
how
54.
psychologically damaging it must have been for Gary after topping the table on day 1 the last time here. And then failing to qualify.
44.
Should have left yourself 7-7, pal.
I know Gary was very thankful for the opportunity that was given to him to play at this particular event. It's been something that's been on his watch list for quite a while. And now that he's back, he'll be hoping to go one step further than he did last time out, as Cankett doubles up his lead to 2 legs to 0. Solid stuff from him. 15 and 17 for his first 2 legs. Equates to an average just under 94. And already we are seeing the standard be set by our players early on this Monday morning.
Yeah, very impressed so far. Yeah, mentioning Gary about wanting to
85.
Tick it off the list. A lot more players are of that thought, and spending a lot of time in the multi-board room at the UK Open, where I get to speak to the Rileys qualifiers and the non-tour card holders that qualified. We had the top 8 from Challenge Tour, top 8 from Dev Tour, and all. Well, it was amazing actually seeing them, because they're all the players we've seen down here with regularity. But even some of those that are, you know, on the
60,
you know, on the back end of the ranking, sort of players, sort of ranked sort of 80 down, were all talking to me about the Super Series and how much they'd love to play in it. But of course, sadly, as the rules are at
41.
the moment, tour card holders, due to their contract with the PDC, unable to compete here.
100.
Well, there we go. That is the first of what's due to be many this week.
Yeah, I said to Murph, he does love a max, does Sam Cankett. Takes his average
27.
up to 98.
Sam, you require 164.
Anything Thornton can do, Cankett can do just as well. 91 average for the 4 in that opening 4-0 success. And it looks as if we're going to see another quick game here potentially as Cankett against the darts. And he's 82 after 12. Stafford needing a couple of trebles just to leave a finish. And that's not going to happen. So the Welshman will have 6 from this particular point
Sam, you
to
require
open up
82.
a 3-0 lead, a double breaker throw, and have the darts to win the match.
Tops to do just that.
Game
Tops
shot on the third leg. Sam
his
Cankett.
Second 15 darter, finishing 50% right now.
Fourth leg, it's Sam
3
to
from
throw
6.
first. Game
Stafford yet to get a dart at a double. Don't forget, if you want to join us, crowds back this week here at the Super Series. Head over to dartshop.tv. They are completely free. All you've got to do is register
83.
your name, and then you'll be put on the guest list. And you can come in and enjoy a night at the darts, free of charge. Up close and personal with the players. Maybe
85.
Up close and personal with the current World Seniors champion and the runner-up. And, of course, the WDF World Champion in action this week, Neil Duff, playing on Thursday and Friday.
137.
Be some cast list of them three get through. How do you make a night of it down in Portsmouth? As I say, when we got this deal where it's free drinks for a tenner, free tokens for a tenner.
Yeah, it's cheaper than spoons.
I can vouch.
140.
Maybe a night at Pop World afterwards. How did that work out for you, Henry? Did you enjoy yourself?
I did it yesterday.
Gary, you require 141.
141 for Stafford to get on the board.
Did Mummy leave a bowl by the side of the bed?
43.
To be honest, if she did, I probably wouldn't have remembered. Uh, 98 for Stafford to get his first chalk on the board. It'd be for yet another break as Cankett leaves himself the finish. Robert Thornton got to beat Lee Cox in our previous encounter.
Yeah, can Cankett replicate
58.
that?
Sam, you require 146.
Not this time. So Stafford looking good.
44.
Break throw.
Gary, you require 40.
Give himself a chalk on the board. Double 10. It's his first darts at double in this match, and he has a wide smile, wide chuckle as that
20.
second dart completely blocked the bed. And so Cankett is back for a more bona fide chance now to win the game with his 102 outshot.
1-2, 2 out in leg 1. This is a little easier. Double 16.
86.
Whisker.
Gary, you require 20.
Away. And so Stafford back for another chance at this double 10. This time a clean bed to aim at. 5s. To keep him alive. And he's still in the match at 3-1.
21 dart break of throw. A bonus.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, talking of the World Seniors, of course, the Champion of Champions at Viva Blackpool is happening on the 25th and 26th. And if you're 50
81.
and over, you can get in that. You can play in the Golden Ticket event, which is the 24th of March up in Blackpool.
125.
All information on the World Seniors Darts Tour website. And back in action.
89.
April the 14th and 16th. Down in Reading.
58.
And then the 10th and 11th of June. Again, Reading. And then it's the Masters event in Yeovil. 24th, 25th of June. Again, tickets available for that. Hopefully go a little bit better than last time. Thanks, Terry Jenkins.
125.
I'm glad you said it so I can get it out of the way with.
Yeah.
Well, Gary Stafford would be disappointed here because he would have felt there was probably an opening to get another leg on the board. But what he has done as a consequence of that 22 has just opened up the door for Sam Cankett to get it done within the next 6 darts.
Yeah, he holds here, just start to make Cankett think. And when you've led in a match 3-0, you start to feel the pressure, especially when they go within 1. No real pressure there on the 94, so
94.
He can go aggressive here. 88. A second match dart.
78.
A second match dart missed.
Gary, you require 124.
Well, this would be some Hail Mary shot for Gary Stafford if he can take out the 1-2-4 to bring it back to 3-2. This is only for a hold, but it is still very much on. It's going to be the solitary dart at the bullseye.
87.
Not to be.
Sammy
so Cankett's back
16.
for double 8 for a 4-1 win. The open beta double 4 will not seal leg number 4.
Gary, you require
and maybe
37.
there is another twist in this tail as Stafford comes back for 37. Takes his time upon the approach to the board. And again, it's another one that's sat up awkwardly.
5.
Too awkwardly from his perspective.
Sam, you require 4.
Yeah, that dart became a blocker rather than a friend. And, well, that's similar.
Game,
that's a super dart. And you could hear the come on
Sam
from
Cankett.
Sam Cankett. Sam Cankett as he does get the job done. 4-1 with an average of 84.85, 71.93 for Stafford. Improvements from him needed, but it is Sam Cankett who joins Robert Thornton in making a winning start on day 1 of Group A. Up next, Richie Howson against John Nelson.
Welcome back. Well, those first two matches went in the blink of an eye this morning, didn't they? And just to give you an idea of how quick those games were, we're going to see how they compare to the fastest matches we've ever had here at the MODUS Super Series. So the first match of the morning, well, it was a 4-0 win for Thornton. It was just over 8 minutes, but that's nothing compared to the fastest we've ever seen. Look at that, 5:49. Graham Usher in his demolition of Gavin Carlin. Andy Jenkins as well losing to Usher. So the speedster Graham Usher, unfortunately for us, we don't see, but fortunately for him, he's now on the Pro Tour. Dan Lowby, not a surprise to see him there. Chaz Barstow and Scott Baker, quick players as well. Special mention as well at the bottom there for a 4-1 win for Lowby over Moreno Blom. That was the quickest match leg for leg here today. That 8-minute win for Robert Thornton, 4-0. Then Sam Cankett flying through his match against Gary Stafford as well, a 4-1 win for the Welshman. But we move into game 3 now. It's Richie Howson, the runner-up at the World Seniors Championship recently, a man who we've seen here plenty. We know plenty about him, but we don't know too much yet about John Nelson, his opponent. The ADC qualifier this week coming through the London and South East area qualifier. So who better to tell us than the man himself? Here he is with Henry.
John, very warm welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. After I qualified, I've had a good buzz about it. I've been winning a few comps since that as well, so yeah, I am really looking forward to it.
For those who may not seen you before, just describe a little bit about yourself and a little bit about your game.
I played county a long time ago for London, don't really do that anymore. I played Super League in Essex and London. Yeah, I think I've got a solid game, and I'm playing well at the minute, so I'm really am pleased how I'm playing.
What has the ADC route done for you in terms of your career, obviously, as their qualifier this week?
Yeah, so the ADC, I decided to sign up and become a member in January, because ideally it's a route to here and beyond. So I took the chance, and fortunate enough, it hasn't took me long to get here. I mean, this is a good starting place for anyone. You know, MODUS is great. What they've done is brilliant.
And just finally, have you set any goals or expectations this week, or is it a case of one game at a time?
Just hoping to perform to how I have been. I mean, I can't really, you know, it's a hard situation. Each game, you never know. Darts changes, each game changes. You're not guaranteed anything.
We look forward to watching you play. John,
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, interesting stuff there from John Nelson. We've seen mixed stuff from the ADC qualifiers in the past, but let's see how he fares on his debut against the ultra-experienced Owl here in Portsmouth. It's Richie Howson against John Nelson in the company of Henry and Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how John Nelson does this week. Picked up the darts in an ADC capacity at the beginning of the year, and by March he is here at the Super Series. He takes on a man who really has made the Super Series and the World Seniors his own over the last 12 months or so. Richie Howson, the 57-year-old from Raynham, who is really enjoying his spring in his step over the past 18 months or so. The World Seniors runner-up this time around about a month ago, losing out to Robert Thornton in that particular final. What's he going to do here at the Super Series, who we have seen progress through to Saturday night's final the last couple of times that he's been here, but gradually, I think now the next step in his progression is to go on and win a week here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a rock-solid player and a tough opponent for John Nelson on debut. It'll be interesting to see how he copes with the pressure. Be well out of his comfort zone, but looks comfortable enough, sounded confident enough, and that's the main thing. I believe. It was right what he says. You just never quite know what you're going to get in this game. You feel the same, 45. You feel like you're throwing them the same, but the results can differ. I spoke to you since
98.
The UK Open, which, yeah, again, produced another surprise. I think that's 7 different winners in 7 years. What did you think of it?
Oh, it's a fantastic story. Sport's going to have stories like that every now and then. That story of just a normal guy from a normal background going on doing something spectacular. And you look at the press attention that it got following the likes of the BBC and the Metro newspaper really getting on board of it. It's a great story for the sport. A very popular player is Andrew Gilding. And look, we don't know what that could do as in terms of a springboard going forwards for him.
100.
Yeah, there was an amazing connection with the crowd there. The atmosphere was unbelievable. Singing the Spandau Ballet Gold song all the way
96.
through the final. And they really made a connection with him. I think they, you know, he goes against all the grain of the modern player, which is very expressive, and you know the most expression you get from him is the thumb up when he hits the 180. But credit to him, he's produced some big numbers over the years, and although he didn't play anywhere near to the top of his game, hang on a minute.
Game shot the first
what
leg.
a start.
John
what
Nelson.
a debut opening leg for John Nelson, a 15 darter. Yeah, but I was just looking through my notes from
Second leg, it's John to throw
final,
first.
I
Game on.
was fortunate enough to commentate on the final, and his winning legs were at 15, 15, 14, 14, 12,
140.
13, 15, 15, 16, 13, and 15.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too shabby, that, is it? But yeah, congratulations
100.
to Andrew Gilding. Chizzy must be wondering what on earth he has to do. Watching players like that pop
60.
up and win their first major. But yeah, it was a really, really great tournament.
95.
Never dull in my head.
No, oh, absolutely not.
I think the biggest thing this year was...
96.
I think the biggest success was the outside boards. I think there's an interest like no other.
Yeah, it was absolute capacity. And slightly different this year with Reds being renovated.
40.
Back to normal for November and the UK Open next March. But yeah, the
99.
multi-board room was just absolutely rammed. I've never seen so much interest, but I think that's because there was so many big name players on the outer boards.
58. John, you require 106.
Well, this has been a really good start here for John Nelson. He leads 106 after 12 darts here, having already pinned a 115 in the opening leg. The ADT qualifier has got off to a really good start, and Richie Howson here, the Owl Mel, he may have his tail between his legs very shortly.
Try and apply a bit of pressure.
100. John, you require 48.
Fancy this. Lovely bang in the middle of the single. Oh, I think he thought it was in. He was on his travels.
16. Richie, you require 108.
15 in leg one to break. Can he break back with a ton plus? 4 19s for double 16. Oh, just clips the wire.
56. John, you require 32.
Who's beginning to get a reputation here at the Super Series as one of the best ton plus finish hitters.
Game shot.
John Nelson is beginning to get a reputation of his own as he opens up a 2-0 lead against Richie Howson. Broke in the first, backed it up with a hold in a second, and the Owl in a bit of trouble here in his first game of the week.
Game on.
Yeah, I think it was imperative for John there not to get broke back, because that would have hurt, especially with having multiple chances to get it done.
81.
5 darts in the end to win the leg.
Richie obviously got a late call yesterday to play in Group A. He was
late last night.
Very late last night. He was originally scheduled to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday. Could that have a little bit of effect because you're scrambling probably to book hotels last minute and things like that? And of course, you weren't meant to play today.
No, exactly. And he wouldn't have been...
100.
You know, his practice probably would have started today. You know, he may have ticked over the weekend. But yeah, he'd have started putting a bit of work in Monday,
59.
Tuesday, Wednesday. So yeah, he may be just scratching about a bit for the opening couple of games here. But Richie's so experienced now of playing in this format But he won't panic. And he's far from out of this one, of course. Multi-talented, annoyingly, is Richie. He is one of the country's
59.
best carp fishermen, known throughout the whole of the UK. I actually do the PDC Fishing Championships
140.
Richie, the charity event up at Tunnel Barn Farm.
136. Richie require 80.
Carpentry skills are exceptional, and also an incredible artist. Have you seen some of his work? My goodness.
40. John, you require 147.
If he was painting a picture right now, it would be a picture of frustration. But he's looking to get his first leg on the board as Nelson couldn't take
59.
out the 147.
Richie, you require 40.
I expect him to miss. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
Leaves it late.
Richie Howson.
But now will feel like he's in the game, and now there'll be a bit of pressure on this leg for John Nelson.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
How important it is to hold. Almost feel like a player on debut
60.
here needs that little bit of a cushion. That little comfort blanket of a two-leg lead is just that.
I suppose now that enjoyment and freedom that you would have had now turns into a little bit of pressure, and that brings a different
100.
dynamic into your game.
Yeah, inexperienced players tend to go on the defensive when they lead. The more experienced players go aggressive.
60.
You see the difference with someone like Robert Thornton who gets a lead on someone. Very rarely do they get pegged back. They don't try and defend their lead. Taylor, of course, probably the
140.
ultimate in that department. If it was a race to 10, he wanted to beat you 11-0.
99.
Not that he ever did that to you.
No, not 11-0. He did me 9-0. But it was sets 3-0, 3-0, 3-0.
49.
Very unpleasant.
Well, at least you got it out of the way with on Monday morning this week.
Exactly. Get it done,
60.
mate. Get it out of your system.
Well, maybe Richie Howson's just got some of the early morning ring rust out of his system now, because he's clawing his way back into the match. The average has gone up to just
60.
under 82 from what was around about the mid to late 70s at one point.
Yeah, and he's very nearly stolen the darts here in leg 4.
58. Richie require 152.
Well, he has got the darts now. After a troublous visit from Nelson.
$60. John, you require 164.
Hello. Or what he felt about that visit.
60.
Artist.
Richie
Well, that
require 92.
painted the picture. Old school. Bull.
Game shot on the
bull he
fourth
gets.
leg.
And
Richie
it is
Howson.
the break back for Richie Howson, and back-to-back legs, and that was a little beauty. I know the
Fifth leg,
the
it's Richie
trend
to
for
throw
players
first.
is to go aggressive
Game
on the treble and go double-double, but listen, in a short race match, when you're trailing 2-1, there's still a time and a place to go the ball route.
And when you talk about guides as well for the ball, that first dart was
99.
set up so plumbly. Well, it basically came off the barrel of that first dart into the bed, didn't it?
Yeah, if it wasn't in, that's where you want it.
85.
And this is just down to experience at this level, isn't it?
A man who's hardly more experienced at that level. We're going to see him at the Champion of Champions alongside Robert Thornton as well in Viva Blackpool at the end of the month.
Was
Playing
that
each other.
100.
When was that announced?
That was announced just for the final of the World Seniors, which Richie, of course, qualified for. I mean, you have to have your,
of course.
got to have your finalists in an event
The
like
champions ticket, the golden ticket winner plays Taylor, isn't it? Yeah, that's right.
that. It's not a bad little incentive.
Yeah. So, well, it's going to be a tough field to come through that.
81.
Whoever does get that golden ticket is going to be in with a massive shout of potentially beating Phil Taylor, because you're going to have to play some top tungsten to come through that. Having played in the tour events and the qualifiers, there is some really, really good players there.
I believe there's a good 6 or 7 players who played at the Seniors World Championships, which are going to chance their arm at those particular set of qualifiers as well. No, Neil Duff's going to be there. Scott Mitchell's going to be there. Mark Dudbridge going there as well, I believe.
Yeah, I would have thought
56.
So.
Richie required 136.
I know Scott was desperately disappointed with how he played in the World Seniors events, and oh, hello, 888.
128. John, you require
right those wrongs from that,
130.
because as we've seen last year in many performances on the Pro Tour, he still has a very, very high game in the locker. And he was well fancied, of course, to
Richie, you require 8.
Second favourite with the bookmakers. Howson, one of the favourites to win this particular group. He was the second favourite to win this group with the bookmakers, just behind Robert Thornton.
On the 5th
and he's come back from 2-0 down here to lead 3-2.
He was 1-4 favourite just to win this match.
6th leg, it's John to throw
He just stepped up again when he needed to, and has kind of almost pounced on the inexperience of John Nelson by doing the right things at the right time.
Yeah, and I think if you spoke to John directly after this match and sort of suggest, look, did you try defending the lead? He'd say, yep, because he's played that way.
You just get the sense from John, especially when you heard from him this morning, that he's using this week, and particularly this Group A, because unless you win it, you got another shot anyway in B and C, that he's just going to take everything as it comes, and everything's going to be a bit of a learning experience to begin with.
And that's the right approach. That is the right approach. That was very much my approach, having not played in it before. It's the unexpected.
43.
You know, I've sat here for thousands of hours watching it, but it's totally different when you stood there. And my attitude was, right, let's use the opening 3 days just to find my feet, and then go for it over the Thursday and Friday. And if you're still there on the Saturday, it's all a bonus.
140.
I just want to use the opening 3 days on debut as a bit of a free roll and have that attitude. Get used to the environment, get used to playing under the lights.
57.
Switch your social medias off.
Fairness, I think Richie Howson saw you walking through the door this morning with some dread, with some flashbacks of last time.
Yeah.
59.
Richie was on the wrong end of the 9-dart shootout, wasn't he? That was our second one, wasn't it?
It wasn't really a 9-dart shootout because it went to extra time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, this is good stuff here from John Nelson. He's recovered well from going behind. He's left himself 90 here. And he's going to get a go to level this game up at 3 apiece.
100. John, you require 90.
To only get a ton there. Another one of those. Oh, double 5 bonus.
85. Richie, you require 118.
Felt pulled a little bit, just a little bit rushed as Howson eyes up the 118 for the match. This is prime Howson territory. These types of combinations. And he is going to give himself 1 dart at the top of the board 98. To get the 2 points.
John, you require 5.
Nodding his head, expecting that to go in. And the hardest bit about this is the 1. Gets it.
Three. Richie required 20.
Wrap it up with 4 consecutive legs. Trailed 0-2. Ooh, a flyer.
Game,
gets
shot,
the double 7.
And the match.
And
Richie Howson
completes the comeback. 2-0 down, reels off 4 consecutive legs, an average of 80.72. 3-1-40s, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and the late call-up. Richie Howson will be more than happy to get that one out of the way. When we come back, it will be Lee Cox against Gary Stafford.
Up next, two players who suffered heavy defeats in their opening matches of the morning, but the beauty of the MODUS Super Series is that those games come thick and fast. So a chance for one of these players to immediately redeem an early loss and get some points on the board. It's Lee Cox of London against Gary Stafford of Southampton, both looking for a first win of the week, and the action will be described by Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, the redemption mission for one of these two players following defeats in their opening matches. Well, for Lee Cox, it was a 4-0 defeat to Robert Thornton. As for Stafford, Cankett was the man who deposed of him. So what are we going to get from these two players in response, I wonder? Well, having a look at what the bookmakers think about proceedings here, they go Lee Cox 2-5 favourite here, and Gary Stafford 7-4 to go on and claim their opening 2 points of their group.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that a little. In fact, when you look at the numbers from the opening games, Lee Cox is relatively big at 2-5. There was 10 points different
First
in the
leg,
averages.
it's Lee to throw first.
I almost
Game
feel
on.
already that Gary has still got his mind on his previous visit here.
140.
We've seen a lot of Lee Cox here at the Super Series, but where do you think the next step is for him, possibly outside of this tournament?
100.
I'm not sure. He went to Q school this year, didn't he? He made it to the latter stages.
100.
Yeah, I think for him it's Challenge Tour and establishing himself there, and you know I'm of the great believer
83.
if you can dominate Challenge Tour, well, not even dominate, but if you're sort of top 3, top 4 in that.
140.
That tells me you're somewhere near ready for a tour card. And as I've said before, I think the tour card holders should come from
140.
the challenge tour. I think
Lee Reply, 121.
X amount of tour cards available. I think they should come from those. You know, if there's 29 cards, it's the top 29 from the challenge tour. I think that's a fairer sample. The players have a year to establish themselves and prove themselves that they're ready, rather than a few random days where it could be very draw reliant.
68. Lee requires 72.
A bit of good fortune.
We'll have a chat about the challenge tour at the beginning of the next leg, because Cox here, with 15 darts to start, if he can find
52.
the tops, but not to happen on this occasion.
110.
Yeah, well, barring another ton plus out. We've had a fair few today already. All the players now have completed one match apiece.
40. Lee required 20. $10. Gary requires 70.
Long way off the treble 10, that opening dart.
30. Lee required 10.
Just finding life a little bit difficult here is Gary Stafford, as Cox goes for the double 5. He pulls that inside.
No score.
Well,
Gary
despite all that, he may
40.
get the chance to break the throw still if he can find this tops. Double 10. He's had trials and tribulations on this double already today. It was mainly because of block first dart, a bit like that. It was actually deja vu of his first attempt at double 10 in the last match.
Yeah, horrific deflection the wrong way for Stafford. That's a better dart for Lee. Edges closer.
5. Gary required 20.
And so, Gary, you get another go at this double 10. Dart Charvu. And he can only laugh about it, because if you don't laugh about it, you're going to cry.
No score. Lee required 5.
Can't go no further.
Game shot on the first leg. Lee
Well,
Cox.
he won't be happy with it, but he'd be certainly happy to win the leg. And that was
Second leg, it's Gary to throw
shocker.
first. Game on.
But it is a hold for Lee Cox, and he leads 1-0. That's the most important bit for him. And now he got to build on it.
36.
He just won't want to get embroiled with Stafford here. You just got to. This is the occasion where you've got to focus on what you're doing and not worry about what his
100.
opponent's doing, and just try and put him away as quick as possible.
So let's have that chat about the change, because I just feel as if we're at a point now where maybe we need to look at the system, maybe intonate a couple of changes.
Yeah, I think there's tweaks, and as we know, the PDC, they don't just sort of sit around and go, right, that's it, that works. We've seen a change, which is something I've wanted to see for years in the World Cup. It's going to be pairs throughout now. I think that's going to make it way more exciting and potentially create way more upsets.
140.
And of course, the potential for new records, a 9-darter in pairs, which would be great, which I think will if we don't see it this time around, we'll see it next. And
140.
yeah, the PDC are constantly trying to evolve. They'll look at it. They'll look at the numbers, look at the difference they've done in the Premier League the last couple of years. They're always looking to tweak things, and they gather tons of information as well. They get
125
from the people that not only watch at home, but the people that attend the tournaments. And they'll get feedback from players. They'll look at the system. The problem they do have, of course, is the Q School generates so much money. And I don't know how people can complain about that money that's generated, considering they pay out over £16 million a year.
It's not a bad model, is it?
No, exactly. Look how the last one works out.
maybe possibly
83.
with the
Gary
challenge tour,
Mackay,
keep it as it is for the
109.
first few events, and then have a cut-off point where the top 1 to 8 get to play the last load of events, to have a system where you know that you've got the best players there. And
Or maybe give to start with, the top 8 on the Challenge Tour,
89.
give them their cards, and then
Lee
just
Mackay,
reduce the amount
94.
of cards available at Q School. I think that's the way forward. Tops.
Game
Topsy
shot on the
gets
second
much
leg.
more clinical
Lee
this time
Cox.
from Lee Cox, a 17 darter, just the 10 darts fewer than the opening leg.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Because
Yeah, go on.
Because if you go for that system, say you give 8, and then you have 2 for the Dev Tour, that's 10. So this year was 29 off. You're still giving 19 places at Q
Exactly.
School.
There's still plenty. There's still plenty
97.
of options at Q School, and I think then you could almost start to, I don't know, sort of phase out that, and it'd be a nice crossover, because if you
81.
simply, if you can't cut it as a main tour card holder over that 2-year period, you just drop back into the Challenge Tour, and it's very much like the snooker model, I
60.
suppose, back in the day, and then you get yourself back in there by performing over a season, and I just think that's a slightly fairer way, and
60.
and then of course those that drop out, again, you just use that Challenge Tour model, that if you don't fill the allocated 128 places, and then of course
100.
you would probably eliminate this issue where you're getting players getting tour cards that are not going. If they're prepared to commit to the tour over the course of a season to get a card,
83.
they're committed to the system, and if they do finish in the the higher positions to get a tour card, they're gonna do the
60.
full tour. I think that's something they will look at eventually.
And evolution is the PDC's prime word.
Absolutely, right from the very beginning.
135.
They don't sit on their hands. They're constantly looking to improve.
100. Gary, you require 142.
142 here for Stafford, looking to find something inspired. This could just be the spark.
I don't blame him for staying there. Plenty of the open bed to
90.
aim for.
Lee, you
And it was
require
94 in leg
84.
2, 84 here in leg 3. Gets the treble. Can he find the double? There's your
Game
answer.
shot on the third
Well,
leg.
the finishing
Lee
after leg
Cox.
1 has been night and day. It was 94 in 2 darts in leg 2, 84 in 2 darts in leg 3.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
And consolidates the break with the hold. Finds himself 3-0 up. That 2-5 is now looking mahusive.
Well, if you take out of perspective that first leg, which
5.
it's one of those legs that happens every now and then.
Absolutely.
Two legs, 1 in 6 visits, which in this format is going to keep you handy in most legs and most matches.
59.
Yeah, it's a 6-visit turn. Listen, we've seen the cream of darts have legs like that where no one can knock up. It happens. And the more you miss, the more you're conscious of missing, and then it gets a bit embarrassing, and then you both just want the other person, just get the leg done. You don't care about winning it, just get it over.
99.
Gary's got a bit of a break now before he plays Richie Howson. If you're in his corner,
96.
what would you be saying to him in that intervening period?
No matter what happens, you're playing Thursday and Friday.
180.
Don't load yourself with pressure. You cannot win week 6 on Monday morning.
43.
You can't lose it either.
One cog in the 6-day process.
Exactly that.
59.
Hence what we were saying about John Nelson. Just use these opening few days. Listen, if you're in the mix on Wednesday, it's a bonus. How many times have we seen players struggle over the course of opening 3 days and then come out of the blocks on Thursday and Friday and go on to make the final?
104.
Kieran T and anyone.
68 left. Go treble 12. If that flight is blocking, no.
56.
You see enough of the 60.
Well, Stafford can only hit and hope really here. His opponent on 48 for the match, and he just chuckles and had to say, of course the job was coming now.
Lee, you
When the
require
pressure's
48.
off, and Cox looks set fair to win this game by 4-0
Game, shot,
to reverse
and
the
match.
opening game
Lee
fortunes
Cox.
where it was whitewashed by Robert Thornton. Lee Cox gets the better of Gary Stafford by 4-0. That is another 17-dart leg, 3 in succession for him. What was quite a cagey opening leg from the pair. So Cox off the mark, 4-0. He gets his first point of the week. After the break, we're going to see John Nelson in action. He takes on Robert Thornton. Do join us for that after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on a week that will mark the 2-year anniversary of the tournament. And one man who has played just about as much as anybody is darting royalty in the form of the Thorn. Robert Thornton, a winner of 6 televised majors, including his more recent seniors successors. His status in this sport is secure, but here we're focusing on what Robert has done at the Super Series. Now, these figures don't include his first game of today, which actually saw him add his 100th ton plus. Check out a man who's fired in more than 400 maximums, has hit the big fish, yet to get a 9-darter though, the best leg 10. Maybe that'll change this week. And as you can see there, Robert Thornton has had more ton plus averages hit against him than any other Super Series player, showing that he not just brings out the best in himself, but brings out the best in his opponents. So if that is reflected in this match, and it could be a bit of a belter. He takes on John Nelson on debut, won the first couple of legs against Richie Howson. Thornton didn't drop a single leg in his opening match against Lee Cox. All about the Thorn in the company of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason, who will lavish some more purple pros upon a legend.
Absolutely, Chris. Well, we can actually update that stats pack because Thornton got his ton plus checkout to beat Lee Cox in the opening game, a 1-4-6 to get the job done there for the Thorn. It was a very polished performance, 91 average in that, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. He has started as he means to go on.
Well, we called the 2-5 in the last match for Lee Cox, and Robert Thornton's 2-5 to beat
First
John
leg,
Nelson.
it's John to throw first.
Is
Game
against
on.
the darts, but even at that, I think the 2-5 represents huge value, especially on reflection of Thornton's opening game, which is the highest average of the day so far,
97.
91.09, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Didn't hit a 180, so he's due one here at least.
140.
180s. That's remarkable. And that stat that he's had more
140
averages against him. Respect.
Respect from the opponents. Not that Robert would have enjoyed that.
41.
No.
Although Thornton always seems to get drawn into a week with quality players, doesn't he? He's usually drawn in with the likes of Martin
85.
Adams and people like that, isn't he?
Yes, exactly.
Some near misses here at the Live Lounge. Lost out in
58.
week 11 of Series 1 to Peter Jakes, the Terrier. Made it to finals night in Series 2 as well. So
59.
he's not too far away from qualifying for Champions League, but he's yet to do it in this incarnation of the tournament.
Well,
126. John, you require 120.
Options open. You spoke about Lee Cox, and you know where does he sort of go?
56. Robert, you
terms of
require
his career?
136.
Robert Thornton made the choice that I'm not going to go for a tour card.
40. John, you require
I'm gonna
64.
Focus on the seniors, which proved to be the right call as he retained his title.
32. Robert, you require 96.
The World Seniors Tour.
Game shot on the
And, of
first
course,
leg.
The
Robert
Challenge
Thornton.
Tour, if he so chooses. That's a beautiful 96 checkout. And that's one that's
Second
got
leg, it's
away.
Robert to throw first.
You almost
Game
feel
on.
already that John is playing Robert rather than the board. And it's tough not to. Thornton is a bona fide legend of the sport.
100.
And actually winning those World Seniors titles has further enhanced that legacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
58.
He's won majors in every organisation he's
97.
played in, whether it be BDO, PDC, and now the Super Series and the World Seniors Tour.
There was a Super Series
137.
ranking system, Robert Thornton would be right at the very top of that list. Probably top 4 in that list.
140.
Well, I think that's our theme of the day, isn't it? To create a Super Series World Rankings. Is that more money we're going to spend, Mace?
139. Robert, you require
We've not spent any money
164.
today so far. We've cost the PDC a $500,000 by scrapping Q School, but
132. John, you require
super approach play from
167.
Thornton. Hello. Oh, good effort.
139. Robert, you
handy.
require 32.
Not double we usually see Thornton hitting. He's a tops and tens man.
No score. John, you require 28.
Some will say that is why.
Yeah, well, he deserves this opportunity. Can he take it?
14. Robert, you require 32.
To be this time, and so Thornton will return.
He'll attack this time. Wow. Scared of it.
No score. John, you require 14.
For 2-0.
A truly bona fide opportunity now for Nelson, who decides to split. And then
Game
gets
shot on
the
the
hit
second leg.
to break
John
the throw of Robert
Nelson.
Thornton. And the way that he attacked that and said straight away, I'm not going for the 7-7, I want to go for the favoured 4-4.
Third leg, it's John
Says
to
to me
throw
that
first.
he's got a bit
Game
of
on.
confidence about him to burn a dart to ensure that he's going to get one of two at 4-4.
Well, going at 4-4, he can attack it.
140.
With 7-7, you have to attack with that first start. You still got to potentially burn one if you don't hit it, but
60.
he made the choice, and it was the right one. And starts this one with a 140. Robert Thornton thinking about
60.
leg 2 and the 6 missed darts at 16 for 2-0, and he would have been in complete control.
85.
Always lets us know how he's feeling, does Robert?
We will get a few cries of "Oh, Robert" as the week goes on.
Yeah, he does like to berate himself.
As for John Nelson, he's had a game under his belt, and I think he's had that experience now. He's got the nerves out the way, and I think we're starting to see a true player on our hands now. Remember, he only picked up the darts in the ADC system at the beginning of January.
John,
he's qualified straight away for this tournament. So there's obviously something there, and he's beginning to show it in this match.
Yeah, and he won one of the vault events, didn't he? One of the round robin events recently as well.
They're tough to win.
Well, the actual tournament he won to qualify
100
this week.
John, you require 64.
Some recognisable names in there. Back-to-back legs.
56.
What?
Robert, you require 160.
The 2-1. And will be.
And this game may have just hinged on 6 missed
John,
darts by Robert Thornton
8.
in the previous leg, as Nelson looked set fair on this double 4, which won him the first leg, and now down for 2 to win him the second.
John
and he
Nelson.
leads 2-1.
All the legs. Continuing the theme from our previous match.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Lee Cox against Gary Stafford. The first leg was a savage one, a 27 darter, but then it was 3 consecutive 17 darters for Lee to win it 4-0.
22.
And we've had 3 consecutive 17 darters in this one.
You've had a few Sam Fender legs. But will 17 be going under in this one? Trying to keep it modern, Mace.
I like it, mate. I like it.
41.
And there was a lot of vault action over the course of the weekend. Jack Vincent will be back here at the Super Series. He qualified through one of those ADC qualifiers
99.
at the weekend. One of those players you know has got a measurable talent, and I think could use this tournament as a building block for him to move forward. We also heard that the first of the Open Series events in the ADC is completely sold out. The second event has only got 3 spaces remaining in it.
Well, Murph just sent
57.
me a message, and he's come up with a great shout here. He said, what Thornton has achieved in winning majors in the PDC, the BDO, and the World Seniors may never be achieved by anybody else. Of course, the BDO is no more.
121.
Potentially do it that I can think of would be Phil Taylor. So he'd have to win a World Seniors event.
180.
The 180s will be coming, but Robert's left it to the 4th leg of this match. John Nelson looking really
41. Cool. Robert, you required 58.
Is alive and well on a Monday morning. Tops for a level game.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
That's why he prefers the tops and the 10s to anything else. And the theme that continues.
5th leg, it's John to throw first.
Yep,
Game
no
on.
Surprise, a 17 darter. That's now 7 consecutive 17 darters.
Shall we just continue writing 17, 17, 17?
125.
Music theme, it's better than 19. I bet they played that at Pop World Saturday night, pal, didn't they?
No, they didn't.
85.
Weirdly enough, they played Football's Coming Home. I don't know why.
Paul Hardcastle, wasn't it?
Yes.
19.
140.
For a bonus point, Henry, what year?
Well, it would have had to have been in the 70s, wouldn't it? Because it was to do with the Vietnam War, wasn't it?
Oh, no, mate. Wasn't the 70s.
Or was it later? Oh.
Yeah.
41.
Either way, it's before my time.
Oh, you most definitely weren't born.
44.
1985, I reckon.
Wow.
I will double check. No,
137.
Yeah, 85.
60.
The year I got expelled from school and never returned.
Don't come back Monday.
Don't come back ever.
83. Robert, you require
Blacklisted for the rest of
132.
eternity.
They tried.
Well, Nelson here.
64.
95 to
John, you require
take the
95.
lead again at 3-2.
Should go ball. It does go ball. That leaves 70. That leaves double 5 for 3-2. Oh.
No score.
Well,
Robert, you
I can only
require
presume that's
68.
just come out of the hand and he's lost the grip. Double 4 for the steal. Double 2. Resets.
64. John, you require
because
95.
that last dart was so wayward, Nelson has to go back to 95. Will it be a case of dart déjà vu? This time it's the bullseye.
51.
He does put in a
Robert,
quick
you
one with his
require
final
4.
dart. He's going to have to look at that, but that's the beauty of playing in the Super Series. He can go back and scroll back through his matches on YouTube. Welcome
2.
along. If you are joining us
John,
on
you require 44.
YouTube, make sure you do subscribe and hit that alert bell and give us a thumbs up. We do appreciate the support. Thornton again, cussing, arms waving around.
36. Robert, you
Well,
require
he likes
2.
tops, and this is next door. He will not be enjoying this one.
Game shot on the
Although,
5th leg.
he will enjoy
Robert
that.
Thornton.
And it breaks the 17 dart theme. Sadly, not a 19. It was a
6th leg. It's Robert to throw
22.
first. Game on.
So a Taylor Swift.
That is definitely more your time.
And that was definitely played at Potwell.
100.
And definitely not my genre. I'm more of a Wu-Tang Clan man myself.
So we know what's going to be happening on the free jukebox
85.
tomorrow.
Oh yeah, free pool, free jukebox.
Abby will not be taking over tomorrow.
97.
No, we won't be having a ska theme. I'm gonna have to do a double session in the gym today to make up for tomorrow.
100.
Did John Nelson just get a little bit excited in that last leg?
Yes.
Maybe the thought of what he was about to do maybe
95.
got to him a bit.
100%, but that's all experience. You know, you playing county's okay, but and I say you'll get to the stage over the next couple of days and that will make him feel
180.
a whole lot better, where he will actually begin to forget that he's playing on television and under the lights.
87. John,
And
you
against
require
Legends like
136.
Thornton, and he'll just start to play darts.
Oh, hello. Unlucky with a second.
Well, I was just about to say he's starting to play those type of darts
71.
there, but
Robert, you require
disappointing final
122.
2 darts. Single 18 for ball. That leaves double 7.
$108.
And that was to win back-to-back
John, you
matches
require
with ton plus
65.
checkouts, having won his previous game against Lee Cox of a 1-4-6. Nelson then to take us all the way to a deciding leg. You're too good.
No score.
Oh, my.
Robert, you require
Wow.
14.
Again, that's just getting a little too excited. He chooses to split. Double 1.
No score.
And because
John,
of
you
that,
require
once again, Nelson has
65.
to go back to the start. 25.
Game shot on the
tops.
6th leg.
Clean kill that
John
time.
Nelson.
And guess what? It's a 17 darter. And we go all the way for the first time this week.
7th and final leg. It's
gonna be
John to
John
throw
with the
first.
darts.
Game on.
More importantly, it is Nelson with the arrows. Finds the treble 20. Doesn't follow.
99.
Now, this is where experience should play its part, but that's a wayward first start.
43.
Wow. This has been a bizarre match so far.
And a win for Nelson would resemble an upset. He was quoted at 7-4 with the
121.
odds compilers at the beginning of this one to claim the 2 points. And The way things are set up now, he's in a very good position to do exactly that. But that's some response from the Thornton, who's never beaten until that final dart against him at double goes in.
140.
Well, Nelson's handling the situation very well. And that's a blocker. Doesn't get the cover.
48.
Just about that.
John, you require 141.
129 point the lead plus these, so at least 6 starts to get rid of 141 and put himself onto 2 points in the table. And that is beautiful.
He saved his best leg for the most important leg. He's left double A after 12, and Thornton could only hit and hope, and he's going to get another 16 from here to claim a huge win, a outtake of breath, knowing the significance of this moment, because that is his first 2 points at the Super Series, and what a way to do it against the 2-time reigning and defending World Seniors champion Robert Thornton. An 82.5 average, a 13 darter to finish for John Nelson, and that is some way to get your Super Series account up and running. Well, coming up after this short break, we're going to see Cankett in action. He takes on the Owl in Richie Howson, and we'll see that after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And we would love to see you here on Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series for our second anniversary bash. Tickets are available absolutely free of charge via dartshop.tv. And while we're on the subject of anniversaries, well, Sam Cankett, who's about to take on Richie Howson here, he's actually celebrating his 29th birthday today, and he got it off to a very good start by beating Gary Stafford 4-1 earlier. Were those 2 points the first of many happy returns today? Let's find out. It's a tough test against Richie Howson, who also won his opener. Back to Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Murph, and happy birthday from all the team here to Sam Cankett. I'm a little bit disappointed. No cake.
No, not as bad as Scott Gibling last week, who
What,
had
did he eat all the cake?
he bought a load of cupcakes, but it wasn't shared around. That's me off the Christmas card list this year. But many happy birthday returns, Sam. 29, this is kind of the point of his career that he'll want to push on and take that next step. He's achieved a lot, as you can see on his shirt, wearing that Welsh shirt with pride. International
Game on.
with them. Done some bits on the WDF circuit and on the Challenge and Development Tours early on in his career. Maybe the Super Series is just that
100.
springboard and platform for him, as we've seen with so many players, to take that next transitional step in their darting career. So Richie Howson, this and the seniors has propelled him into a household name within the sport again.
$45.
I do believe it's Nick Kenny's birthday today as well. A good pal of Sam Cankett's. Imagine sharing your birthday with your best mate. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Happy birthday, Nick.
Probably won't remember your birthday if that was the case.
100.
Another Welsh legend's birthday today. Steve Evans, somebody you may not remember.
$95.
The second dart was
57.
precariously awkward, completely blocked the bed, so Howson had to go down for cover there.
Ooh, loads of room.
140.
They just turned the screw in this leg with the darts.
Well, he went again with the 7-4, 2-5 theme. This man here was the 2-5 favourite.
180. Sammy required
Maybe, that's
121.
why. 11 and ball. Oh, finds the trouble. Double 14 for a beauty.
107.
Nice birthday
Richie
present,
required 24.
Scared the wire, and he may not get another go, because Howson has left 12s after 12.
friend or foe. Oh, it's like a wall.
No score.
Wow, look at that.
Sammy
All
required
three touching
14.
the outside wire. Straight at it. Well, he's not going to split. I think he wish he had now.
No score. Richie required
And that second
24.
dart gave him little to no hope with the last one, because the bed was completely obscured as a consequence.
Well, that's the fourth dart. Touching the wire. Can he squeeze it?
12.
No.
Sammy required 14.
Akin to Cankett says that the second dart again completely alienating the bed. This
Game
time
shot
open
on the
target,
first
this
leg.
time it's hit.
Sam Cankett.
And Sam Cankett takes the lead by a leg to nil.
Yep, hold a throw. 6 missed it a double.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
5 of them
Game
a
on.
matter of millimetres away.
And this time he can reference Paul Hardcastle.
100.
Thank you for tuning in to us at the
96.
Super Series. I've had a couple of comments on social media already this morning.
Yeah, get in touch. And don't forget, if you want to join us on Saturday night, completely free of charge. Doors open
100.
around 6:30. Just register at dartshop.tv. plenty of exhibitions as well to take a look at there on that side.
96.
Some of the sport's biggest stars, maybe on your doorstep. No, on Friday night, MVG was in Mold in
140.
North Wales. What a random one.
Rock and roll life for Dart Star, eh?
Yeah. Mold to Barnsley.
99. Richie, you require 161.
Nottingham this week on the Premier League. MVG having some success there, winning 3 on the spin.
90.
Already 1 foot in the playoffs.
First player to have ever done that in the new Premier League format. Howson here looking for 71 to level this game up at 1 apiece. I feel unlucky
45.
not to have won that opening
Richie
leg.
requires 71.
You feel like he should be 2 up. Should find himself at 2-2. Well, if he is missing, not missing by
55.
far, is he?
This is where you look at the stats and actually think it's probably an unfair reflection. Yes, he's missed 8 darts a double, but 6 of them have been touching the wire.
57. Richie
He's missed 8
requires
darts at a double and
16.
he's still averaging 88.5. So that gives you some idea of the scoring capability of Richie Howson in this
Game
match.
shot on the
and
second leg. Richie
eventually gets
Howson.
there with the traditional Monday Super Series 17.
Third leg, it's
17
Sam
dart
to
hold.
throw first. Game on.
They're not quite
100.
hypersonic missiles. Maybe they're just getting started. May shakes his head as to think this is going to be a very long week.
Very long
100.
Luckily, you get rid of me for a couple of days next week.
140.
To which the whole production staff next door has just cheered. Oh, there's going to be a party, isn't there?
There's going to be a party here Saturday
100.
night. Make sure you join us. What
100.
we've got to talk about is the resurgence of Gary Anderson. My goodness, it all started, of course, with that wonderful match he had in the Masters against Rob Cross,
85.
wasn't it?
Sam, you require
He
161.
averaged in excess of 110 in defeat, and we usually read the usual tosh that it's all just a one-off.
93.
Apart from there, he's been hitting some blistering numbers. Had 112 on Saturday at the Pro Tour. Made the final, didn't he?
60. Sam, you
He
require
lost to Ross Smith,
68.
didn't he?
Yeah, committed to playing in the Euro Tour qualifiers.
36. Richie require 156.
Well, Martin Adams showed him the way to this 156, didn't he, at the World Seniors last... Mind you, Martin Adams showed him the way to every Ton Plus finish in that
140.
game of the World
Sam, you
Seniors
require
last year.
32.
Well, he's going to get it in this dart because it's the 17th dart of a leg.
Game shot on the third leg. Sam
Spot on.
Cankett.
3 holds of throw. 217 darters
Fourth
in
leg, it's
those
Richie to throw first.
holds of
Game
throw.
on.
One thing you sense from Richie Howson, he actually enjoys a
180.
battle like this, as he finds his second max of the match.
He likes that thrill of
100.
competition,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
Yeah, he loves to engage. That's a great quality, and one you must have. Well, seen a 9 last week from Conor Heenahan.
180.
Richie Howson, he's on one of his own here.
And they're going to be like London buses where we've waited
85.
the best
Richie
part of 4 or
require
5 months for one,
141.
and we may see 2 in the space of a couple of days. The owl will not be turning
59.
heads right now.
just a wonderful place to do it, of course, because it is recorded, it's on TV, and it's a highlight reel that will live with you
140.
forever.
Richie require 82.
Problem is, Paul Nicholson's not here. He gets all the nines round here, doesn't he? Like, you've just ended your little like spell. You like the cursed commentator with the 9.
Well, I've chalked one. I had one here. I had chalked one for Jason
44.
Clark in
Richie
Germany on
required
the Pro Tour.
32.
See this get put away.
Game shot on
As
the
it is
4th
in
leg.
13
Richie
darts.
Howson.
Yeah, I chalked one on the Pro Tour. I had one hit against
Fifth leg,
me
it's Sam
on
to throw
TV.
first.
I hit
Game
the
on.
first ever one in the World Masters. I've commentated one, well, at least one on TV, and I've commentated on one on the radio. I think that's
60.
the full house of 9s. I don't think anybody else has done that.
9 dart bingo.
The only thing that's missing is hitting one myself on TV, and well,
125.
that's as close as it's got. I've missed the double for the 9.
Maybe saving that for Yeovil.
100.
Oh yeah, that'd be some place to do it.
Sure, you'd be bringing a few down as well for that one. Not too far from your neck of the woods, is
No,
it?
myself and Dubby will have the
60.
southwest contingent down there, and I'm only down in Tiverton in Devon, so it's not too far away.
Scott Mitchell gets through those qualifiers.
59.
That could be a round session if you, Dubridge and Mitchell are all playing at the same time.
Absolutely, and we'll all get a good bit of support.
Could get Tribal in there.
Yeah.
26.
Well, I have played for Dorset in terms of county, and the west of England, of course.
177.
Quality. This is a quality game. 86 and 91 the averages. Howson with 3 maxes to his name. And that's despite missing 9 darts, a double in the process.
85. Sammy required 105.
Comfortably put a good few points on that if he had only missed half the amount of doubles. But Cankett in control here. He's
32.
looked after his own throw very, very well. Certainly in 2 of the 3 legs.
81. Sammy requires 73.
Well, this will get done in 2 darts. Okay, maybe not. We're going to end the trend of 17s. Cankett will not mind if he finds
Game shot on
tops.
the
That's
5th
exactly what he
leg.
does to
Sam
go in
Cankett.
a leg of victory. It would be back-to-back wins for the man from Wales, having got the better of Gary
6th leg, it's
Stafford
Richie to
4-1
throw
in
first.
his
Game
opener.
on.
And he's kind of playing around that mid-80s level. 84.85 was the average against Stafford. Right here, right now, he's averaging 83.89. And Richie Howson, despite
60.
an average of 90.5, fires his back firmly against the wall.
And Cankett will top the table if he can convert this lead
100.
into a victory. This is the final match of the 2nd cycle of matches. All the players will have completed 2 games.
42.
And it will be either Howson or Cankett, the only unbeaten players.
81.
2 will become 1. Another top world classic. I have to stop mentioning them unless you want to throw a few quid our way.
So instead of spending money,
59.
trying to get money this time.
Yeah, changed.
The goal this week is to try and keep the spending under 5 million.
Yeah, we topped 5 mil the last time
100.
we shared the comms box.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised after last time they actually voted us both in together.
I did get a chuckle off of both Matt Porter and Jason.
180.
And even Sturley's
98.
chasing in this match.
Richie required 160.
He'd love to find another couple of trebles. He's not going to get a go at top, so Cankett will be back at 1-2-2 to wrap it up. 4-2.
45.
Sam, you
got
require
this in the opening leg of his
122.
win against Gary Stafford. He could do it to bookend this match against Richie Howson, or at least that was the hope. So Howson's going to be back for the 115. This is
40.
the type of
Richie
territory where he is
115.
so deadly at. And you think from 110 to 127, he tends to get more than he misses. Well, at least that's the feeling anyway.
59. Sam, you
Yeah,
require
Cankett now.
82.
Should at the very least get a dart, but went for the bullseye, attacked the finish, went for the 16. And that's worked out nicely, so you can have another
57.
dart at the bullseye.
Richie, you require 56.
But it's not going to go, and so Howson, to send us the distance, is going to get 2 darts at tops. Well, you can see how low it went just by the
Game
reaction
shot
of
the sixth
Howson, but he
leg.
finds a double
Richie
10
Howson.
to send us all the way, and perhaps a fair reflection of what we've seen in this match, that we do go to a
Seventh
deciding
final
leg.
leg. It's Sam to
Yeah,
throw
spot on,
first.
Henry.
Game
This
on.
one more than deserved to go the distance. Certainly not enough between them to make
97.
a case for one of them having won it at this stage. Back-to-back matches going the deciding leg. The last one was won by the player who had the honour, and that was
140.
John Nelson. And on this occasion, it's Sam Cankett who has the darts in the decider. Can he make it count?
100.
Super final dart. Don't quite know how he squeezed it in there.
$100.
Sounds like one of those teasers. Can Cankett crank it in this final leg?
44.
Alliteration. More reason for the vast expense of university. Well done, Henry.
This way, it's easier to say it now than probably at game 8 on Friday morning.
85.
Well, Howson has scored the
100.
darts. Cankett's left himself a finish, but fancy Howson here to leave it low, but that's awkward for him. Does have a stacking style, doesn't he?
100. Sam,
What
you
makes that
require
final dart even more
160.
impressive.
Because he probably would have had a better call of the bed to aim at on that right side, and that was what he found. And he's going to get a go at the
80.
76 to
Richie requires
provide a
76.
comeback win. It's been an impressive performance from Richie Howson. Despite the 10 missed darts at double, he is going to get one for the match at tops.
56.
But
Sam, you
will miss
require
number 11
80.
be the one that costs him the win, because Cankett should get a dart of his own. He's going to get 2. A double 10.
Game
And
shot.
Sam
And
Cankett
the
does
match.
make it 2
Sam
from 2.
Cankett.
He is the man who sets the pace at the top of the Group A table by deposing of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 3 in a quality affair. Cankett, 83.13 the average. That is kind of being the base of his level. That low to mid 80s average. For Richie Howson, 4 maximums, 87 average, but it was 11 missed darts at double, which came to cut him in the end. And so Cankett picked up the points. He is top of the table after 2 matches. Chris Mason's making his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy about all of the action we have seen so far. And then next up, it's Lee Cox up against John Nelson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Mason has joined me to reflect on what's happened so far today and a few other things which we'll come to. But first of all, we'll take a look at the league table, a first glance at it. And after that victory before the break, Sam Cankett is top.
Yeah, the only unbeaten player. It was down to him and Richie Howson, who topped the table after 2 cycler games. And I think Sam Cankett will be more than happy with proceedings so far. I think Robert Thornton and Richie Howson will both be frustrated to lose their second matches of the day and will be keen to bounce back.
Yeah, Lee Cox will probably be quite happy as well, having lost 4-0 and then just cancelling it out straight away.
Yeah, and that was a decent performance. The opening leg of that match was a long one, a 27 darter, and then he reeled off 3 17 darters and didn't miss a double after missing handfuls in the opening leg. So yeah, you'll go into this one fairly confident, but so will John Nelson on the back of beating Robert Thornton.
Yeah, that one coming up next. So we are going to reflect on another couple of things now, starting with last week, the top tier stats from week 5. Now, this is all the best of everything that happened in the previous week of this series. What stands out there for you, Mace?
I think the 5-ton plus averages. I think that's very impressive over the course of the week, and 27 legs, one in 15 or less, and the 51 ton plus checkouts. But the big one for me, 15 bullseye finishes. That's outstanding.
Yeah, it really is outstanding. And talking of outstanding, of course, all throughout this week we're celebrating our 2-year anniversary of the Super Series, and we're now going to take a look at some of the top stats from all time, the winning averages, the highest winning averages, and the top one, Jason Askew, actually happened in the very first week.
Yeah, it was the very first week of the then live league, 118.44. There has been opportunities and missed starts at doubles for that to have beaten by Barstow, by Reed. Kevin Burness was threatening it, of course. And then there's a fairly familiar, well, they're all 4-0s, those, 115.62. But the one that really stands out for me is Cam Crabtree, a kid that during lockdown was playing a lot online and posting averages sort of 50s and 60s and just kept practicing and really embraced that whole era where everybody was playing against each other remotely. Turns up here on his debut game. We didn't know what we were going to get from him. Well, we didn't have to wait too long. 115.62 on debut. I don't think we'll see a better debut than that.
Yeah, very first match, incredible stuff. We will be posting some of those lists, those rolls of honour on our social media pages, so do follow us at MSS Darts. Now, speaking of debuts, we saw John Nelson bounce back from defeat in his first match by beating Robert Thornton, a legend, and Lee Cox, we've talked about already, 4-0 loss to a 4-0 win. So both players coming to this one with some confidence. Yeah,
and they both looked like they were playing with a little bit more freedom in their second round of games, and that's what they've got to do. You can't win this week on Monday, and you can't lose it. All the players have a second bite of the cherry in either Group B or Group C, of course, and you've got to play like that. You've got to try and teach yourself to play with freedom. The very best of our game go up there and they're very rarely reactive. You know, they just sort of get on with it, and what will be will be. That you've got to avoid forcing the issue.
Yeah, well, with no more talk about averages and stuff now, we'll just let the darts do the talking. And a man who's always average, Henry Deacon, will guide you through this one.
Well, I'd rather be average all the time than good sometimes and good not. Hey ho, I'll take that. Anyway, moving on. Game 7, Lee Cox, John Nelson. And we are looking forward to this one. Crafty Coxie, who, following that opening defeat to Robert Thornton, got the better of Gary Stafford by 4-0. Still yet to kind of go through the gears that we know that we can expect from him. Whereas for John Nelson, well, we saw him beat Robert Thornton last time out, and it looks as if he just settled a little bit more onto the stage here at the Super Series. And maybe because of that, this could be a particularly dangerous match for Lee Cox, who has the darts in the odd-numbered legs in this one.
$46.
In terms of the bookies, Lee Cox 8-13 on favourite. John Nelson 6-5. I think that's a bit of value when you consider the way John played in that game against Robert Thornton.
Yeah, but
100.
When you have a performance like that, the actual pressure then doesn't necessarily pile on, but you've got to try and back it up, and that comes with its with its own pressures, of course.
$99.
No players won one, lost one. Every player's done that bar two. That's because Sam Cankett's won each of his opening 2
100.
fixtures, and Gary Stafford has lost each of his opening 2 fixtures. So it's going to be, I think, one of those groups that you might just
60.
see evening its way out as the day goes on, which sets us up nicely for what we like to call moving day on day 2 at the
100.
Super Series.
$140. $75. Lee, you require 57.
So Cox won in 57 for this opening leg. Is there going to be another one in 17?
Game shot on the first
Of course
leg.
it's going to be another one in 17. It's just the theme of the day.
Yeah, that's the last 4 legs he's played.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
And he's not missed a double in those 4 legs after missing handfuls. Tidy hold, that's for sure.
100.
He's looked a different player since that opening leg of that match. Just seems to have found a formula and switched right on.
140.
And he can play in these spells, can't he, Lee Cox, where at times you can just motor through the gears. I think the biggest thing of him is trying to
57.
harness that on a more consistent basis.
Yeah, well, we've seen him traditionally on the Thursday and Friday nights, and he's had to come straight from work. And, like I say, on
136.
some of those nights, we've seen some blistering stuff from him.
95.
But he is very much one of those players that does play in streaks.
Which is why I think this time playing the week is actually going to help him, because he's got a couple of days to settle into it. Whereas if you're involved in that group B or C,
180.
you've only got 2 days to get it right.
Yeah, and you don't have those 3 days to
100.
almost
Lee
warm to the
require
task.
45.
Oh, this is streaky from Coxey
Game shot on the
to
second
open up a
leg.
2-0 lead in
Lee
next to no
Cox.
time at all. That's an 11 darter. 107 the average as things stand.
best leg of the
Third
week
leg, it's
so
Lee to
far.
throw first. Game on.
Oh, certainly, well, it's the best leg of the day. That will take some beating. There's only
100.
2 better, a 10, and then of course the 9, which we had last week from Conor Heenahan.
57.
Our 11th 9 darter here.
Conor
Or-
Heenahan's hit 3 of the last
Yeah.
5. But as we know, in this
85.
venue, only Conor Heenahan can hit it, and only Paul Nicholson can be on the stick.
Yeah.
59.
So we might as well just dash those thoughts straight away.
Was it week 1?
It's the second week here, wasn't it?
79.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, week 2.
All the way back in the back end of September.
And it was warm, wasn't it?
We weren't wearing coats then.
No.
77.
Still had the new room smell in this commentary box at that point, which was suddenly ended by a flurry of kebabs and curries and the rest of it.
140.
Coffee. And he's backing up that 11 with another impressive leg here. 97 after 12. The average 105.
52. Lee
Change.
requires
This is
97.
very good, and exactly what we were discussing. How he does play in those streaks. Double 12.
Game
Beautiful.
shot on the third leg. Lee Cox.
Is this a sending out of a statement to the rest of the field? 3-0 up in next to
Fourth
no
leg, it's
time
John
at
to
all.
throw
An
first.
average
Game
way
on.
in excess of anything we've seen so far today. Actually, if you look at what we have seen over the course of the first 6 matches, we've only seen one average above the
85.
90 mark. That came from Robert Thornton in the very first match of the day.
Yeah, and if you combine his last 6 legs, it's in excess of a ton. He's not missed a double in his last 6
140.
legs played up there. They've been 4 17s and 11 and a 15. So he's maintaining
125.
a level.
And it feels like one of those groups where someone just needs to put a statement down to try and pull away.
81.
Yeah, I think we expected that to be Thornton or Howson.
99.
But this is the joy of the Super Series, because someone like Lee Cox can just go and sometimes even dominate a Group A like this.
140.
That's his 5th 140 plus of this match. He's left himself on 140 after 9. Against the darts, there's not much Nelson can do
140.
here. He applies pressure at that 140.
140.
And he is going to go at the 52. It'll be his first darts and a double
45.
in this match.
John, you require 52.
Lee won't be too concerned because it's on throw for Nelson. And he's just got to eradicate some of these type of darts. We've seen it against
Lee, you require
Thornton. He got away with it.
95.
I don't think he's going to get away with it against Lee Cox in this form. Tops.
Game,
Wow.
shots, and the match. Lee
Double, a
Cox.
15 darter, an average of 103.66. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. He's actually 7 out of 7 if you add the final 3 legs of his previous match. John Nelson, on the back of defeating Robert Thornton, gets bageled by Lee Cox. When we come back, Gary Stafford takes on Richie Howson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gary Stafford and Richie Howson are warming up for their match. Howson has had a better start to the day than Stafford, who has won just 1 leg so far. That came against Sam Cankett earlier when he was beaten 4-0 by Lee Cox, who of course followed up that whitewash win with another one against John Nelson before the break. As for Howson, victory for him against Nelson in his opening match by a margin of 4-2, but he did go down in a last leg decider to Cankett in his previous game, which actually wasn't too long ago, just before that 4-0 win that only took around 6 minutes and 50 seconds. So one of the fast matches like we showed you earlier on. We'll be celebrating our best moments at the Super Series this anniversary week. Will we get a few magical moments in this one? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Chris.
Some may say that Gary Stafford's only got a leg to stand on in this particular day at the Super Series. 2 matches gone. He'll be looking to improve as the day goes on, but it doesn't get any easier for him as he takes on the owl Richie Howson, who, following that previous match, will have a bit of retribution on his mind. 87 average, 4 maximums, but still came out the wrong end of the scoreline against Sam Cankett, who is proving to be the consistent player in this Group A so far today. As for performances of the day, well, that was some by Lee Cox by getting the better of John Nelson by 4 legs to 0. The bookmakers have Richie Howson as a heavy favourite in this one at 2-7, and based on what we've seen so far today, you can understand why.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. And Richie had multiple darts to win that match against Sam Cankett, didn't he? So he will be wanting to put that right here, and maybe Gary Stafford on the end of something
44.
a little bit special from Richie Howson. Does have a great mentality, as we've already mentioned. Won't see him sulking.
140.
Gary's very much one of those players when it comes to the sport that he'll take every game at a time. Darts is darts. He won't get
93.
too high. He won't get too low. He'll keep everything at an equilibrium. Which is, when you're playing in the 5-day form, which he hasn't done yet here at the Super
55.
Series, is something you need to make sure you do. Of course, last-minute call-up into this Group A.
Yeah, exactly. He had absolutely no preparation for this morning. Had a
Easy.
very, very late call last night. Stepped up to the plate. So he gets the benefit of the doubt from me on day 1. Fortunate that we have people like Gary that will step in at late note. Both of these players were contacted late last night. Of course, Richie knew he was in this week, but he would have been preparing for his original date on Thursday and Friday.
This match is what we're going to call the quick to respond to a WhatsApp derby.
46.
Yeah, they could have offered me a small fortune at midnight last night to play, and I'd have said not a chance, but fair play.
100. Richie required 137.
The thing is, nowhere to hide here. Double 10 for a beauty.
Game shot on the first
we've already
leg.
seen some
Richie
wonderful
Howson.
finishes today. And that was a stunner under the circumstances.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Gary was poised on 84 for the hold. It's a 15-dart breaker throw with that one, 3-7.
81.
Lee Cox after that win tops the table. Played 3, 1, 2, 4 points plus
121.
Sam Cankett, who's up next against Robert Thornton, in second position. Played 2, 1, 2 plus 4. He's in a good spot.
59.
And if Robert's still smarting after that defeat to John Nelson, there may be a chance for Cankett at in that one.
You're getting the sense that 6 points today puts you very much in the mix going into tomorrow and Wednesday.
Absolutely. As you've already mentioned, Tuesday, traditionally the move-in day here at the Super Series, and someone will put down a big marker in terms of winning this Group A tomorrow. They'll put the graft in on Tuesday and then try and consolidate that position on Wednesday.
40.
And hopefully they're not playing on Thursday and Friday, picking up the check and chilling on Sunday.
We're back to the music theme.
I don't think we ever left it, did we?
180.
The theme for Richie Howson today is the 180s. And there is another. 4 last time out. Even that wasn't enough to get the win.
99. Richie requiring 98.
His 5th of the day. Will it win him this second leg of this particular match? 98 is what he wants. Move across for the double 18. So Stafford here then with an outside chance of
Gary,
this
you require
1-4-1 for a
141.
breaker throw and to level this game back up at 1 apiece. It's not going to happen this time, and so Howson back for his 6th visit of this leg.
91.
Wanting tops.
Richie required 40.
Tens. And
30.
Stafford is going to get a chance.
Gary required 50.
Amazed at that. He hit the double 10 on the back of that 137 in leg 1. I really fancied him to find the double, but tops for Stafford.
10. Richie required 10.
And you feel the move Richie Howson is playing in. Any opportunity you get has got to be taken. Once again, it's another well-thrown dart on the wire, but this time he gets the just awards on the doubles bed. He had a few troubles against Sam Cankett where he had well-thrown darts to double, but they didn't go in. But that time it does. He leads Stafford by 2 legs to 0, averaging 85.
We often talk about how much the Super Series has done for the players, but I have to talk about our referees. Owen Binks
60.
got his first big stage game in terms of refereeing on stage 2, which was that new venue down in Butlin, Studio 36. Actually went in and watched
140.
him. Did a great job. And Charlie Corstavine, of course, did the semi-final of the UK Open and gets an opportunity to do a Premier League night now. So all the experience
26.
gained here is paying dividends elsewhere for him. Great to see.
And look what it's done for the likes of... I mean, look at Matthew Edgar did the World Seniors final on the stick. And Dermot doing a lot more commentary work as well.
95.
Yep, both taken to their roles very naturally. Got their own individuality, their own style.
Basically trying to get us out of a job, Mace.
60.
Ain't that good.
134.
It was a great interview with Glenn Durrant from Chris Murphy. It's on our YouTube channel if you want to check it out after today's
83.
play.
Richie required 132.
Quite insightful and great to get the
74.
the intricacies and the thought processes that he's had to go through, because it was a whirlwind decade really for him.
And in that interview, he hides nothing. Everything is on the table. That's one of the best bits about working with Glenn, is he will tell you everything as honestly as you want. Whether you agree with everything he says or he doesn't, he'll tell you exactly what he thinks. What will Howson think about tops? He'll be a very happy man about tops. As a second 15 darter in this match, he leads 3-0. He's in full command here against Gary Stafford.
Gets Richie to throw first. Game on.
He'll be pleased with this response after the disappointment of losing out to Cankett. He's bouncing back well, averaging over 90.
140.
Yeah, that's a good thing with Glenn, and he's always been like that as long as I've known him. He's a no-nonsense character.
100.
Listen, his role of honour is incredible, isn't it?
Doesn't look half bad on the TV graphics, does it?
I remember all the talk about he wouldn't do nothing in the PDC from all these insider experts. I don't mean anybody that works in the industry, but the millions of internet experts we have nowadays that know
86.
more about the game than people that are actually playing it or working it. And he was doing brilliantly. And that culminated, of course, in winning the Premier League.
96.
And nowadays found topping and tailing with Paul Starr because he got locked out.
Yeah, that is some fall from grace.
145.
And now, of course, is still in. But that's the beauty when you can make that transition across, and when you're involved in the sport for
125. Gary, you require 170.
It's great that he's still involved in any capacity, and it's obviously a role that he. Oh, hello from absolutely nowhere.
122.
Yeah, it's obviously a role he enjoys. You can tell that with the
Richie
the
require
passion.
55.
Tots for Howson to round off a magnificent performance, a magnificent win.
35.
But he's going to have to wait
Gary
just yet.
require 48.
Break of throw opportunity. 48 after 12 for Stafford. It's all about him building some confidence today.
32.
Won't get any from that.
Richie required 20.
So Howson returns for double 10. With 4-0 success, it would put him on to 4 points. It would put him to the summit of the table on legs difference if he can get it done right here, right now. But it's not going to happen right here, right now. And so Stafford gets another reprieve. He has been given opportunities, Stafford. He's missed 5 darts at double so far in this match. And you sense this time it's got to go. It does go, and he brings it back to 3-1. Break of throw as well.
Again, it's just taking the positives.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
They go in the bin. And of course, Glenn will be
55.
Some of the commentary on the Pro Tour as well, and I think he's doing some Euro Tour stuff like myself, which is now, of course, on Premier Sports.
Yeah, nowadays Via Play, isn't it, in the UK?
140.
Part of that brand, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they took over Premier Sports, didn't they? So, yeah, now on a TV platform rather than streamed, which is the same thing, isn't it? My DAZN app's on the telly, so.
And the production of that first event was absolutely
60.
brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, my first one is in Holland, so I'm really looking forward to that. In Amsterdam, always a great crowd. World Series finals was absolutely epic between Gezi and Dirk van Dijvenbode. The atmosphere was bouncing. I expect no different.
Yeah, that Dutch crowd really do get into it, don't they?
100.
Yeah, it won't be a quiet night at the library, put it that way. Is that why you bought the bike this week to practice for that weekend in Amsterdam?
It's a good shout, that. Well, parking is very much at a premium in Portsmouth, so when I eventually do get a parking space outside the house, the car can stay there now. I can cycle to the gym, cycle up to here if I need to.
Would you like the bike at the end of the day?
140. Richie required 141.
Well, a 137 was how he started. Will a 141 be how he finishes? Not on this occasion.
He can pile on the pressure, though.
105.
Leaves double
Gary
18.
required 97.
97. It's got to go for Gary Stafford. And it's not going to happen. No.
57.
Second time of asking. Can Howson
Richie required 36. Game, shot,
Indeed, he can. Another
Richie
impressive performance
Howson.
from Richie Howson. It's another average in the late 80s, and this time he gets a win in doing so. Getting the better of Gary Stafford by 4 legs to 1, an 88.75 average. 4 out of 13 on the double. So that's probably the one area of his game he's just got to sharpen up a little bit. But we saw that highlight 137 in the mix as well. So Richie Howson moves on to the top of the table. We've now got 3 players on 4 points and +4 in terms of the legs difference bracket. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Cankett in action. He's one of those 3 players that are on 4 points and +4. He takes on Robert Thornton, who a win for him would see him move on to 4 points, and we'd have a 4-way tie at the top of the league table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where reigning World Seniors champion Robert Thornton is looking to make it a 4-way tie at the top of the table. A win for the Scotsman here would see him go level on 4 points with Lee Cox and Richie Howson, who have both just enjoyed sizable successes, as well as his opponent here in the birthday boy Sam Cankett, who is the only unbeaten player in Group A. A win for the Welshman sees him flying solo at the summit. So to sum it all up, it's back to our commentary team of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Questionable pun, that one, isn't it? Anyway, Sam Cankett up against Robert Thornton. It is a battle between 2 players who, at the beginning of the day, we expected to be at the top end of the table. In Sam Cankett's case, it's most certainly that. One of 3 players tied at the top of it. As for Robert Thornton, it was a case of 2 contrasting performances. A 91 average in that win against Cox. Meanwhile, following that, a 79 average in defeat to John Nelson, where he missed 14 darts at double. Now, how is the 2-time reigning World Seniors champ going to respond, I wonder?
Well, he usually does respond well. I've been impressed with Sam so far.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
He's
Game on.
continued to find a way to win. The only unbeaten player in the group so far.
60.
And he's been consistent, hasn't he? 84 average in the first game, 83 in the second. He's just playing along that level that is going to give you opportunities. And when they've come, he has taken full advantage of them.
96.
Yeah, you're going to give yourself darts at doubles at this level. And as we know, without stating the obvious, that's the difference between nil points and 2 points.
121.
So you listened in your French lessons at school?
No. that's just travelling.
41.
It's either that or you've been watching Eurovision too much.
137.
Yeah, that's probably right there.
140.
Tidy enough start from both here. You want to
Yes.
finish after 9, but not far away.
Similar tempos as well. These two, as this could gel. They could gel well.
43.
They say in boxing, styles make fights, and very much the same in terms of speed in darts or the tempo of the game.
100. Robert, you require 140.
And if it doesn't go, you should leave it handy. Double 10. We've already seen one of these today.
120. Sam, you require 124.
You miss. And Sam hits. It's going to be one dart. At the Benjamin button.
77. Robert, you require
Line was
20.
okay. Just badly pulled.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
When a clench your fist, holds in 16. Not before. Sam had a dart at the ball, though.
Second leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Sam was 5-4. Thornton 4-7. It was very much
60.
a game we discussed, looked at each other, and almost simultaneously said, no bet.
45.
We'll leave it for the 2:30 at Cheltenham tomorrow.
Yeah. Cheltenham, of course.
81.
The weather doesn't, well, not sure what the weather's like up there, but the weather's not too bad down here. It was a bit breezy overnight, but clear skies. Hopefully a dry time for those
180.
lucky enough to attend to Cheltenham. The going will be good. Maybe put to soft
43.
in places.
Put it this way, there'll be plenty of Guinness being sank.
$30.
Was it Facile Vigo, isn't it, the horse they were all talking about this week?
You have some knowledge, you boy.
180.
That's a max for Cankett to reverse the score around from 317 to 137. But Thornton on the prowl on the prize, looking to do
140. Sam,
just
you require
likewise.
137.
At a random guess, and he's giving me some of your knowledge.
97. Robert, you require 106.
Just have a... Oh, hang on. Cancel that. Let's just see this go in. Ooh,
66.
top
Sam,
for
you require
Cankett
40.
to level things up. It was a 16 darter in leg 1 from Thornton. Oh, 17, isn't it? Oof.
35.
It's a real missed opportunity.
Robert, you require
One
40.
dart at the ball in leg 1. He's had multiple darts here in leg 2. Will he be punished?
20. Sam, you require 5.
huge chance for Cankett. Double 2
Game shot
Will
on the
do
second leg.
to level this game
Sam
back up.
Cankett.
Yeah, back to Cheltenham. A random guess. How many pints
Third
of
leg,
Guinness
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
do you think is consumed at the festival?
Cool. Be a lot, won't there?
Yeah, more than probably me and you could drink on a weekend.
45.
You can speak for yourself. Cool. Got to be around the $250,000 mark.
That is an outstanding effort, Henry.
100.
260,000 pints were consumed at last year's festival.
That was the same as that Sunday fun day we had. wasn't it?
180.
Thornton with his second max of the match. The way these players are playing at the minute, they'll be wanting to drink it in.
100. 45.
Scoring from the pair has been absolutely magnificent.
140.
Ton 40 for Cankett, his second of the match, leaves them on a finish after 9. The only thing that's really dipped the averages to 87, 88 is the doubles percentages. 1 from 6 for
49.
Thornton and
Sam,
1
you
from
require
5 for Cankett so far.
161.
He is going to get 6 and 161. This is to break the Thornton throw.
99.
You're not doing a bad job of it so far. 62 after 12. Thornton can only apply pressure from this point.
100. Sammy requires 62.
It's part of that job. And he's going to get 2 at double 16.
Big dart this.
30.
Big
Robert, you
opportunity
require 82.
to lead 2-1. 17 and tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
What
Robert
a
Thornton.
recovery job that was from Thornton. Cankett here could very well be.
Fourth leg, it's Sam to
3-0
throw
to the good.
first. Game on.
Back on the point theme. Can't help myself, can I?
This is where we go. It's a
96.
Monday morning, Chris.
Tell I've not been out for ages, can you? Obviously, the Cheltenham Festival is 4 days, isn't it? And the how many in
About
attendance?
100,000, probably more than that every
95.
day.
So yeah, so let's call it 400,000 people over 4 days. That 250,000 number you
140.
guessed at wasn't far off. 260,000. Well, at last year's World Championships, PDC World Championships, Ali Pali, of course, what is it, old 3,000 or so.
99.
250,000 points sunk there as well.
That's a good couple of million quid, mate. Well, you can reinvest that this week, mate.
100.
Works out at around 7 points per spectator
47.
over the entirety of the tournament.
And a J2O for the designated driver.
95.
Cankett leaving himself 70 after 12. He's set himself up for opportunities in this match. He just hasn't been able to take them by and large, but he's going to get a cushion in this leg with Thornton all the way back on 260. And
Sammy requires
he
70.
doesn't get any closer to the finishing range, does he? So the luxury is 6 darts here for Sam. And
38.
he's going to need the 6.
It is quite bizarre leaving there at night after a session and driving back down to Wood Green, because everybody, or a lot of them, walk down to Wood Green
61.
Station to get a tube and a train or whatever. And you've got
Sammy
seagulls
require
and
32.
Super Mario walking down the road.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Sneaks it
Sam Cankett.
in the top corner for a level game, and that's just about right for me after 4 legs. 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Now, of course, it's a best of 3.
Going news of the world.
Well, that was my
81.
suggestion for the Masters we have in January, which is come under a bit of scrutiny in times, in recent times, of course, because of the
121.
winner getting in the Premier League. I think add another 8 players. Do it on the same ranking as they do the match play and the Grand Prix,
100.
top 16 and then top 16 from the Pro Tour. First round, best of 5 sets, 3 legs a set. Go back to the old Masters format, rank it.
100.
No complaints then from anybody. And it's a different tournament. You know, it's something a little bit different.
140.
Yeah, I had a similar suggestion with 32, but maybe have it so you have a 1-year ranking list. So everything that's won in, so say for example, everything that's won in 2023, all the Pro Tours, Players
140.
Championships, TV majors, you have a top 32 from that.
Yeah,
Then you
that's a fair way of doing
Don't need
it.
to do a draw, so you see it at 132,
Yeah,
etc., etc., and we go from there.
100. Sammy
like
require
like we used to do with the old Players
140.
Championship before it went to a bigger field. Yeah, I like that. That works for me. I just think having a different format, we've got the double start. Of course.
83. Robert, you require
sets
80.
in that, the sets in the worlds. The rest of it can be a bit samey.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That is
Robert
some finish from
Thornton.
Thornton. And again, under big pressure from Cankett. 14 darter with the 80 checkout.
6th leg, it's Sam
Yeah, I
to throw
think
first.
It's called
Game
the
on.
Masters, so why not do it the best of 3? Best sets and legs.
121.
Certainly make the possibility of some interesting fight backs, especially later in the tournament when the distance
55.
extends.
Could be an idea for a special week here.
Absolutely.
Maybe make it 5-player groups just because of the longer format, but you could certainly do something with it. You'd certainly see a lot of maximums. We're seeing a lot of maximums today. Charlie Courtefink doing a sterling job on stage.
59.
Plenty of former World Masters finalists available to play in it, with Robert Thornton, of course, Glenn Durrant, Martin Adams, John Walton.
54.
Get the reigning champions in, Wesley Placier and Bo Greaves.
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of options there, isn't there?
30. Samuel
long before we
require
get the WhatsApp?
146.
Well, that would have been total darting irony because that's what Thornton hit to win his opening match against
26.
Lee Cox. But Cankett finds himself in the bed and breakfast. Not it looks as if it's going to matter on this occasion because Thornton's all the way back into the deep 300s and he just steps back and has, well, a bit more than a word of himself.
Yeah, if he doesn't get
38.
another throw in this leg, or if he
Samuel
does, he
require
just sort of use that as
120.
a prep throw for the next leg, which is the all-important 7th and deciding leg.
56.
So Cankett will head down to the 16s corridor to level this game up and to
79.
send us all the way.
Samuel requires 64.
Thornton now ready for that inevitable last leg shootout.
32.
This is the very reason why this was a no bet for us. We did say that you were going to do anything from here and maybe look at legs under or over as a possibility.
140. Samuel required 32.
It'd been a win if you got over 5.5, and we're
Game
going
shot
to
on the
all
6th
7
leg.
here.
Sam Cankett.
As Cankett levels it up at 3 apiece. 19 darter this time.
Yeah, everything gone with throw. We've had
7th and final
Four
leg. It's
180s,
Robert to
2
throw
apiece.
first. Game on.
this man being far more the reliable of the two in terms of the
125.
doubling. 3 from 8. Cankett 3 from 13. Still very much in the mix. He has the higher
96.
average of the two. 87.24 at the moment for Cankett. 83.47. Confirmation of that on your screen. If we have a look at the scoring phase of this contest.
100.
Very, very little to choose between them. The extra 140 almost cancel out by the extra
140. 85.
Took a bad deflection.
He'd be disappointed after the first Starlight visit because it was set quite fair, wasn't it, for a big scoring visit.
58.
Really like the look of the Sam Cankett dart. Robert been using a very similar dart for as long as I've known him.
137.
Sam with Red Dragon in terms of his manufacturer. Oh, yeah, they look quite nice.
58. Robert, you require 54.
Tots of Thornton
Game,
to make
shot,
it a
and the match.
four-way tie at the top of the
Thornton.
table. And you could see what it meant to the form there as he gets the better of Sam Cankett in a last leg decider. It was a match that went to and fro. All 7 legs won with the darts eventually. And it is Thornton who runs out a winner of an 84.5 average. 2 maxims apiece in that match and 40% on the doubles. Sam Cankett an average of 87, but it was 3 from 13 on the outer ring, which came to cost him in the end. Well, we're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see John Nelson in action. He takes on Gary Stafford.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And we'd love to see you here Saturday night for finals night as well. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv. But back to today's darts. So we're going to take a quick look at how the land lies in the Group A table after 9 matches. And it's a 4-way tie between Thornton, Howson, Cox and Cankett, who have all won 2 from 3. But next up, it is a battle at the bottom. This week's ADC qualifier. John Nelson, who bagged himself that victory against Robert Thornton earlier, he's taking on Gary Stafford, who, as you can see, is yet to get off the mark after losing his first 3 games. Can he do it here? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Murph. Me and Henry just trying to sort out a bit of sun in the summer. Well, the sun's not been shining on this man so far today. 55-year-old Gary Stafford from just up the road in Southampton. At least he didn't have to come far. Our late replacement, of course. Charles Barstow and Neil Duff, who were due to be here today. And I was looking forward to seeing them.
First leg, it's John to throw first.
Entire week, or
Game
maybe.
on.
Well, both of them can't win Group A, but Yeah, but interesting to see because, again, we're so used to seeing, especially Barstow on a Thursday and Friday night. Charles,
60.
of course, is a full-time job. The shackles have got to come off for Stafford here. And he's just got to try and
41.
play with a bit of freedom and just open the shoulders a bit and try and play without pressure.
77.
Yeah, they're probably snowed under at the Quids Inn, aren't they, on the Isle of Man?
Yeah. Well, the vast majority,
30.
of course, do ferry it over. It is the, especially nowadays, probably the more reliable option, but of course that's very, very weather dependent
42.
with how hard it is to get out of the port in the Isle of Man, and of course the one in Southampton, because if the weather's a little bit ropey,
100.
tough to get the ship in.
I think what I heard in their case was I think they were getting the ferry over to Liverpool last night,
96.
and then they were going to go from Liverpool down to
Right.
Portsmouth, but because of the inclement weather conditions, they didn't decide to run the ferries. And I know there's been delays in terms of flights as well coming out of the island. I know there's been a couple of delays
140.
today from the airport. I know players are struggling to get in for the Thursday night tournament, which is why they postponed that and moved it to the Friday, which was a sensible decision. I know there was some help with the
56.
Isle of Man government out there as well to accommodate players as much as possible. One of those prestigious events, isn't it? The Isle of Man Open. It's got a very good cast list.
Yeah, it's got a
83.
good history as well. The
John,
one
you
we used to do
require
back in the day
170.
was I think it was called the Classic back then. I actually ferried it over
94.
into the
Gary, you
car
require
once 'cause I wanted to
107.
drive around the TT course. Took Michael Barnard and Kevin Painter around there, and Michael Barnard was not the same since.
28. John, you
Less said, the
require
better.
76.
76 here for Nelson to take the opening leg of this one. He was quoted as the favourite with the bookies before the off in this one.
56.
4 to 11.
Gary, you require
Nelson,
79.
Stafford 2 to 1. Can he upset the odds? Trouble 19. No. Trouble 20. Ooh, double.
59. John, you require
You're having a
20.
bad day, that kind of thing happens.
And with free in hand, Nelson can just steady himself. I think one of the themes we have seen of him is just that little bit of a panic when he's had one in
score.
hand, but he
Gary,
failed to
require
confirm with the free,
20.
and so Stafford returns with double 10. In the last couple of games, he has been given opportunities.
Yeah, he's just not been able to take them. Going away.
No score.
Almost
John, you require
replicated
20.
The 3 Nelson had at the same double. Splits it. Double 4.
16. Gary, you require
Frustration
20.
evident. Cannot get frustrated on a Monday. Got to hold it all together.
Game shot on the
Thing
first
is, you
leg.
get frustrated.
Gary Stafford.
It becomes exhausting.
Second leg, it's Gary
Starts
to
at a
throw
double.
first. Game
Dodgy
on.
on there. I have a bit of a shorthand for the misstarts at double. Mad. And he will be. 6 mad.
96. $13.
And as that just began to affect him at the beginning of leg 2.
Yeah. And with Gary, every now and again, he's just
25.
not getting to the end of his throw, and that's making him drag and push.
Is that a tension thing with Gary? do you think?
137.
And again, we don't know how much darts he would have played coming into this, how sharp he is, but what you tend to do when you're trying too hard is you'll let
60.
go of it too early, and you're not getting to the end of the throw, and that makes you then sometimes grip the dart too hard, or sometimes the action from
58.
the backswing to the end of throw, you accelerate through too quickly, and he's just literally, in practice, he'll just be standing there throwing like this, and this will be happening.
140.
And I'd love to have the ability to give you a side-by-side shot from darts early in this match or in any of the other matches, and then compare it with that visit there, and you'll
47.
It's a night and day difference. He has got very much a straight up and down throw, and he's got to learn to utilize that.
55.
And again, let go too early there. In that final dart, you could see almost the hand turn over and point in the direction of the 5, and that's where the dart ended up.
93. Gary, you require 125.
Basically, if you're new to the game, is look at the target, on release, almost point at the target you're aiming at.
And a chance at the
100.
ball. Was that first dart
John, you
laid in the
require
15 bed?
153.
Maybe a case to have laid up there.
One 121. Gary, you require 25.
Cox. That could be an interesting little tie. The compilers can't separate them. 5 to 6 each of 2. Seen players
9.
today. Oh,
John, you require 32.
Defy the odds already. Gary Stafford had an opportunity to get halfway.
Game shot on the second
defying
leg.
the odds
John
here, but
Nelson.
it is an instant break back, and it's Gary Stafford's turn to miss chances.
Third leg, it's John
in
to
leg
throw
2.
first. Game on.
They've had 15 darts at a double between them in the opening 2 legs.
85.
13 of the 15 have been missed.
I think cagey is probably the best word to describe this one.
Edgy.
121.
It's like there's a fear of not losing instead of that wanting to win.
Absolutely spot on.
99.
That's exactly what it is. And that theme is very much there when we saw John Nelson have a lead, and rather than sort of go on the attack, he went on the defence. And it is the mentality, it's the approach. And like you say, they're more worried about losing than winning.
180.
Is that just the moment that relaxes John Nelson down? Or is that the moment that just lights up the blue touch paper? Because he will feel in this game, he just has to go up a gear to get the job done.
Yeah, if you look at the averages of both today, you would think that it's exactly that. It's, well, if I'm just steady away, it should be enough.
89.
There has been an incline in this leg. It's 48 after 12. It's beyond what we have seen so far in this match.
60. John
Matt Maxim was actually
48.
his first for 140 or above in this game. He's missed a big number there, so 41 left. And so he's only going to get 1 at double 16. Not that it's going to matter because Stafford's all the way back on 253.
Not even halfway through the leg after 12. Very disappointing scoring leg.
45. John, you require 32.
A 2-1 lead.
No score.
But again, he's going to get more darts. He's going to get more time. 1 from 11 on the outer ring.
$81. John, you require 32.
Yeah, that kind of doubling is going to leave
Game
you
shot on the third leg.
seriously
John Nelson.
vulnerable as we get our first hold of throw in the match.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
The more this one continues at this standard, the more the players will get frustrated.
60.
probably try a little bit too hard. They both will feel, by the way their opponents are playing, that it's a very winnable match.
180.
180s in consecutive legs for John Nelson. He's got to leave himself 111 at some point, hasn't he?
Surely.
43.
Incidentally, if he goes on and nails a 9 here, it'd be the most unlikeliest 9 darter in the history of time.
96.
Certainly leave us saying aye, aye, aye.
93.
You watch Match of the Day on Saturday night, mate?
I was here.
Oh, yeah. That was brilliant.
96.
Best one yet.
So I'm saying this is the best episode of the Modus Super Series. We've got every dart in, no expert analysis.
43.
We managed to get
John
to the top for the last orders.
129. 93.
Best leg of the match so far. 36 left after 12. And again, 12 darts from Stafford. And not even
78. John,
halfway
you
point.
require 36. Game shot on the fourth
Splitting
leg.
with
John
success, a
Nelson.
15 dart breaker throw. And that's 3 consecutive legs for Nelson. He was the
Fifth leg, it's John to throw
lively
first.
4 to
Game
11
on.
favourite. And he's backing up that favouritism here.
It's one of those games that
60.
even if you win, you just want to get off the stage and get it out of your system as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely.
$140.
I mean this with the greatest of respect, but I don't think this will be under game of the day.
45.
Sorry, guys.
Win here for
51.
Nelson. Gonna have one more to play. And that will be against Sam Cankett, but with 4 points, he's still very much in the
100.
mix here. And on debut, remember he's a ADC qualifier. His first time under the lights. Pretty sure
81.
he'll be fairly pleased with his work so far today.
First day's a building block for the rest of the week, and because he came through the Vault Series, he hasn't had a chance to
80.
play as much stage experience as maybe some of the other qualifiers that we saw, like Tony Newell, who won for the Tour Series, and the semi-finals and finals that are played on a stage in front of a streams. They would have had a bit of experience of that.
137.
It is a bit of a leap.
No, absolutely. It's day one for him, and day two will be very much a learning curve. And of course, the other players here are
60.
are
Gary
experienced
Rapine,
with
92.
just the little intricacies of playing in the Super Series and
Game
just
shot
the
on the
small
fifth
things
leg.
of
Gary
right,
Stafford.
What time do I arrive? Who do I see? Where's the practice room? What's the format? How long do I have?
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw
You know,
first.
it's just all
Game
of those
on.
things all add up, and it's a lot to take in and absorb and then process, and then you've got to go up and play darts against the vast majority of players.
59.
You know, he would have seen Robert Thornton and Richie Howson on the TV, and of course Sam Cankett, an experienced Welsh international.
140.
Lee Cox, of course, I'm sure he would have seen here playing many, many times. But everybody around him far more experienced.
85.
And later on in the week, you've got the likes of Johnny Haynes entering the frame Group B. I think it's a really good bet.
Neil Duff, Jazz Barstow, yeah. I mean, it's an
84.
array of experienced players.
You can forget our runner-up from Series 2, Matt Clark. He's going to be back, Superman.
Yeah, that's a player that was playing in the Embassy in the 90s.
3.
Well, certainly in the noughties.
$140.
I definitely played Matt Cankett in the Embassy. I can't remember if it was 99 or 2000.
85. John, you require 137.
He's got one of the great nicknames. Superman. Clark from Kent. Genius.
39.
He had a cloak of invisibility, or invincibility, should I say, last time. Lost that to Raymond Smith in the big final by 4 legs to 3.
137.
Went to decide
John,
very
you
much
require
like
98.
Saturday night with Warby just getting the better of Conor Heenahan. Ooh. Well, traditionally, players there, of course, will go
48.
54 for 28.
Gary, you require
The problem is, even if you hit the
132.
single 14, you've still got to find another treble to leave a double to get 3 at a double on your next visit.
92.
He's up.
John, you require 50.
No, hitting the big numbers sometimes has been a bit of a problem. Not this time.
18.
But Stafford is going to get
Gary,
a
you
go
require
at tops
40.
to send us the distance in this match. A couple of visits ago, you wouldn't have thought that this
Game
would have been an
shot on the
outcome, but
Gary
that is
Stafford.
exactly what we are faced with now. Nelson 3, Stafford 3. We go to a 7th. For
Seventh
Stafford, if he
final
can
leg,
win
it's
this,
John
it'll
to
be
throw
his
first. Game
first 2
on.
points on the board. As for Nelson, if he can claim the win here, we'll have 5 players all tied at the top on
77.
4 points. I'd say that's a scenario we haven't seen before, but we saw it last week in Group A. How tight was that? Mike Warburton was on 16 points and he had to play Group C.
180.
It was an amazing week to watch. 180. Stafford,
137.
it's got to be his first of the day, isn't it? Yeah. What a time to get your first max.
40.
Well, the max becomes 110.
54.
No real damage done. Still very much in this leg.
82.
Neither player able yet to really put the hammer down on the deciding leg. It looked as if Stafford was going to do that following that opening max visit, but since then, scores of 40 and 82 has given the control back to John Nelson, who in turn says to Gary, well, do you want to take advantage in this leg? It's like pass the parcel with tungsten.
43.
Well, he's left himself a finish, but it is a biggie.
It'd be so typical of this match if it was to go.
98. Gary required 156.
Be some way, Gary, to get your first Super Series win of Series 3, but it's not going to happen with a 156 on this occasion. So Nelson back for the 75.
60.
Should get a dart at double
John,
from
you
here.
require 75.
Treble 17. For double 12. He's going to get 2 at it. Double 6. Yeah, he probably felt like that was going in the 9. He's got away with it.
69. Gary required 96.
So Stafford is back for another chance to claim his first Super Series victory of the week. Not a bad little marker that, but he decides to go double 18 for double top.
56. John, you require 6.
Madhouse.
No
Madness.
score.
And Stafford is
Gary
back for
Mackay,
tops
40.
for the win. To ensure every player has got off the mark. Tens. It's been a love-hate relationship here so far today.
20.
And again, it is foe rather than friend.
John requires 6.
Well, he went 2-2-2 and he's found the 2-2. This is an absolutely incredible way to end a match. Up we go for
No
double
score.
one, and it doesn't go.
Gary required 20.
They're in Shredsville at the Super Series. Who wants the points, lads? 5-5.
Game,
It is
shot, and
Stafford
the match.
who gets
Gary
off the mark,
Stafford.
getting the better of John Nelson by 4 legs to 3. A scrappy encounter, has to be said, but Stafford won't care because he's got the points on the board. That is for sure. So we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Cankett in action against Lee Cox next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this week we are celebrating 2 years since the tournament was born as a live league as it was first known, and Lee Cox has been a constant feature in the field, and we can have a deep dive here into Lee's stats over the past couple of years in this event. Well, if he reaches finals night, he could get to 200 matches this week, and he very well may make it to 180s. You can see a high ceiling for Lee there. Not an enormous amount of 3-figure averages, but maybe his strength lies in the doubling. Those stats say give him 3 darts at a double, and he wins the leg. Well, Sam Cankett is out to stop him winning 4 here, but all of Cox's matches today have only lasted 4 legs. A 4-0 defeat and 2 4-0 wins. So maybe the first leg will have a big bearing on this one. Let's get it started. Over to Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Murph, thank you very much indeed. And, well, that Lee Cox highest average, 101.9. Well, that was a case of homes under the hammer in terms of going, gone, because he broke that against Nelson. A 103.66 average there to seal a 4-0 success. 4 out of 4 on the doubles.
It was a sledgehammer performance, wasn't it? And it beat his previous best, as you said, 101.90, 103.66. So he's really trumped that. And it has been a very much all or nothing display from Lee Cox. As Murph rightly said, he's either won 4-0 or lost 4-0. But more importantly for him, 2 of the 4-0s have been in his favour, and he is right in the mix.
First leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
A win here for either player would move them on to 6 points. And that is very much in the mix going into tomorrow.
96.
So based on Lee Cox's games today, if we boil the kettle now, it should be ready by the time this match finishes.
Unlike the last one, where I could have made a 3-course dinner.
140.
But pleased for Gary. Don't like seeing anybody without a win. He'll certainly feel a whole lot better going into his final match of the session.
180.
Unfortunately for him, it'll be against Robert Thornton. Sam Cankett piles in a max.
60.
Which should be one of many in this one. For me, I think the bookies have got it spot on. 5 to 6 each of 2. I probably would have
140.
the 180 markets.
Yeah, this game we said off air would be a little bit special, and that's exactly how it's kicked off.
125. Sam, you require 85.
I think the over 2.518s marker was probably the one to look at in this particular match.
61.
Yeah, for sure. Got Sam here.
140. Sam, you require 24.
Has left 24 after 12. Cox has left
Game
double
shot on
18.
the first
He's not
leg.
going to get a
Sam
go. A
Cankett.
14-dart hold from Sam. Well, in the break, we
Second leg, it's
discussed
Lee to
the
throw first.
possibility of this
Game
one
on.
producing potentially match of the day, performance of the day. Goes to this man so far with that
85.
103.66. But in terms of matches, this one could have it all.
If it's match of the day, we don't have to commentate on it, do we?
180.
Murph, I had a look back at some of the performances from
100.
Sam over the years, and does it a lot of 180s. It is coming to fruition here.
78.
You tipped up the over 2.5 in this one, and we've had 2 in a leg and a half.
Well, we played 10 and a bit matches
30.
so far today, and we've already seen 19 maximums. Very good going from our players. This could be a third of the match here for Cankett.
140.
Been the second of the leg, but he leaves himself on 103 after 9. Averaging 117.26. Lee Cox has done hardly anything wrong in this game, and as things stand, he's being put on the receiving end of it.
26. Sam, you
26
require
the hard way.
103.
No pressure on the 103. 51 for 32. Treble 10 or ball. Yep, 66, just confirming. Oh, maybe 42, 24.
79.
Beautiful. He won leg 1 on the 24 out.
$60. Sam, you require 24.
Can you replicate it here? Almost identical.
22.
That's a mistake because that leaves the dreaded double 1.
And Cox is all the way back on 200, but he's not going to be for much longer. 140 here.
100.
Seems to be very interesting.
Sam, you require 2.
Even the ton just keeps him handy with Cankett on the madhouse.
No score. Lee, you require 100.
Treble 20 for tops, 20 tops, tops, depending on the lie. Well, it would definitely be tops, tops. Oh, I can't believe that. That looked
42.
horrible.
Sam, you
for a start
require
in
2.
terms of blocking the bed.
Game shot on the second leg. Sam
Um,
Cankett.
Doesn't blink this time. and breaks through.
What that has done is absolutely ruined the
Third
Cankett
leg,
average. It's
Sam
only
to throw
91
first.
now.
Game
Well,
on.
it was absolutely flying there. He'd left tops after 12 in both the opening 2 legs. Well, here comes your 2.5.
140.
How much room was there? He'd be more surprised he's missed that than not hit it.
More rooms there than a disused Premier Inn.
100.
He is just flying, isn't he? Just look at the relaxed action. When a player like that's in full flow, it's just made to look seemingly easy.
That's the secret of the game.
121.
Goodness gracious. It's his third max. He's had 4 140 plus. He hasn't had a ton plus throw yet. He's averaging 104 and he's missed 5 darts at a double.
24. Sam, you require 41.
9. Double 16 and 11. Ooh.
9.
Well, that would have been one for the highlight reel. 140, 140, 180. Misses the 11, but Lee Cox a mile back.
100. Sam, you require 32.
Well, double 16.
Game
For
shot on the
3-0.
third leg.
And maybe we
Sam
have to
Cankett.
talk about something that I'm going to call the Cox paradox. Because every single game
Fourth
today
leg,
that's
it's Lee to
involved
throw
Lee Cox
first.
has gone
Game
4-0,
on.
one way or t'other. If Cankett wins this leg, the theme continues.
Yeah, it'll be 2 to the good.
180.
Maybe, just maybe, he's thinking about turning this one around.
60.
He knows how to win 4 on the spin. He's done it twice already today.
It's the 4th max we've seen as well. That previously from
60.
Cox in 5 legs. And so Cankett goes through some running repairs on the table there. And just change of a flight, as you can see there, courtesy of Table Cam. It's amazing how smart the technology is here at the Super Series, because they actually have a button which they can click and the camera goes straight to the table.
Ooh.
Little
45.
industry insider for you folks.
Yeah, the technology in the production gallery is frightening. I
43.
have anxiety just walking in there, sort of walking and walk out. Thanks for that.
We're not allowed to touch, are we?
No,
55.
never seen so many buttons or knobs.
180.
His second one of the leg. It is. 2 in the leg. Remember, Lee Cox is about to get
125.
his
Lee, you
first darts
require
at a double.
38. Game shot on the 4th leg. Lee
15
Cox.
darter there to get his first chalk on the board. But bad news is Sam has the honour here.
5th leg, it's
close it
Sam to
out
throw
4-1.
first. Game on.
Back in the red bit. Pick a side. He's going right.
140.
5th of the match. 8 scores of 140 or more.
And he's still averaging 95.
60.
7. Yeah, 7 misstarts at a double. Right, he's at 100 plus average today.
180.
How's Lee Cox? Is he about to be on the end of the one as we get our 6th 180 of the match? It's average now 99.
55.
We can do this in 4. It might just edge over the ton mark.
He has got every chance now.
141.
Finds the treble 7. I love that shot. Very much a new shot, of course. And if he hits tops in 1, it will be 100+ average.
100.
10 dart leg
Samuel
potentially to
Clive,
finish
40.
off what has been a magnificent performance
Game,
from Sam
shots, and the
Cankett.
match.
Take
Sam
a bow,
Cankett.
because that was special. An average just a tick under 101. 4 maximums, 36% on the doubles. That really was special from Sam Cankett. Is that the type of performance that lays down a marker for the rest of the field? What a match. 6 maximums in there. A real good quality watch. I hope you enjoyed that at home. And do stay with us, because after this short break, we'll be seeing a rerun of this year's World Seniors Final as Richie Howson takes on Robert Thornton. We're looking forward to watching this one after this short break.
So then 4 matches still to come on Monday, and 2 familiar faces are about to do battle for the first time since their famous final at the World Seniors Darts Championship last month, as Robert Thornton and Richie Howson go head to head, albeit in a slightly shorter format than the best of 9 set showdown at the Circus Tavern, where the Thorn defended his crown by winning that one 5-2. This a mere sprint to 4 legs today for the pair, who are both tied on 4 points in the Group A table. The victor will join the so far impressive Sam Cankett at the top of the league. Back to Henry Deacon and Chris Mason to talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph. And there's been a little bit of movement in terms of the prices on this one. Richie's the 4-6 favourite. Rob at 11-10. But yeah, fascinating little tie, this one. Richie, like Gary Stafford, one of our late replacements, although he was due to play this week on Thursday and Friday. Due to Chaz and Neil Duff stuck on the Isle of Man due to adverse weather conditions.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Richie
Game on.
stepped in, and they will go in place of him. Bit of a mixed bag today for Richie Howson, isn't it? In terms of results and performances.
41.
Has to be said.
Yeah, he's inclined as the day's gone on, hasn't he? Started off with an 80.72 and getting the better of John Nelson 4-2. Then was on the receiving end against Sam Cankett with an 87 average, but he did miss 11 darts at double in that particular match. And then he went on to beat Gary Stafford 4-1 with an 88 average again. More missed darts at double on that particular occasion.
60.
So it's that outer ring which is giving him a bit of a sting as things stand. It's that bit of the game that he's just got to sharpen up on a little bit.
85.
Like I said, that could be down to the preparation for a play this week being shortened, as promised. A couple of updates from
60.
the Euro Tour qualifier. This is Euro Tour 5, the qualifier for that one.
95.
There's 2 today, isn't there? Already early casualties. Burnett out, Labanauskas out, Danny Van Tripe out, Devon Peterson out.
60.
It's down to the, well, they're playing the top 96 games at the moment. De Souza, another casualty earlier.
100.
And Dimitri and Alan Suter. Of course, the early stages of the season, those that are outside the, or well, it's the top 16 in the Pro Tour rankings, or Pro Tour order of merit, should I say.
Robert, you require 121.
And you have to qualify then for the Euro Tours.
81.
Going that way, of course, with Howson back on 239. Yeah, so already out of the real big names. De Souza, Suter, Dimitri.
40. Robert, you require 40.
Gian Van Veen, who's been flying out.
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
But another more positive news.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
A weekly winner
Game
here,
on.
of course, at the Super Series before getting his tour card. He's 3-3 with Jeff Smith. Aaron Monk, a regular here, 5-3 up against
60.
Martin Lukeman. Williams, another regular, 4-0 up on Gert Nenches. Graham Hall, another player here from the past, 4-2 up on
100.
Sagansky. Connor Scott made his name really at the Super Series. 1-1 with Keegan Brown. I will
100.
keep you up to speed as it rattles down to the final 24, which take their place in Euro Tour 5, which I do believe is the one I'm doing in Amsterdam.
100.
Now, these two played in that World Seniors final. Robert Thornton ran out a 5-2 winner. Now, in that tournament, of the top 10 averages,
44.
Robert Thornton features 5 times. Every single game he played in that tournament registers in the top 10 averages for the event. The highest of which, 98.72, I believe, is the tournament record average now.
57.
In his quarter-final success against Neil Duff, who we're going to see later on this week here at the World Series. Actually, that Neil Duff average in that quarter-final was the 8th highest of the event. As Robert Thornton goes through the gears in this particular matchup, and Richie Howson might be feeling a case of, well, here we go again.
85. Robert, you require 117.
Shows the experience of playing in those huge events, how beneficial it is, because he was
93.
almost just in a different zone to everybody else. It isn't that long ago, of course, he was a tour card holder himself.
59. Robert, you required 24.
He's very happy. Talking to him this
Game
morning.
shot on the second leg. Robert Thornton.
Says he's amazed more of the older players have not followed suit.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Of course,
Game
in
on.
years gone by, there wasn't the option of the seniors and this, of course.
You look at the way the game is now
100.
outside the PD the main 1-2-8 system, shall we call it, the semi-professional amateur game, whatever you want to call it, it's not been in as good a state as it is now.
No, I don't.
100.
I don't think amateur darts has ever had the opportunities like it has now. You've still got the WDF to consider when they get everything eventually sorted.
140.
And then you've got the new and exciting ADC. Got this, of course, and if you're 50 and older, you've got the
46.
World Seniors. And of course, by not having a tour card, thus making you not really one of the elite pro players, you've got options.
57.
Right, I'm going to spend some more money. Amateur Grand Slam of Darts. Winner of the WDF World Championships, ADC equivalent events.
45.
Winners of the MODUS Super Series, winners of World Seniors events. Pool them up into 32 players. Maybe have another qualification system where you have qualifiers. Non-ranked event. Individual promoter. Live on the TV. Let's get it sorted.
140.
There's a few flaws to that. Because you'll have so many familiar
100.
names, you can't
Richie
really call.
requires 64.
You know, though he's not as what people would say in terms of having a tour card, thus being a pro player, even though there's probably only
24.
30 or so full-time professional players out of that 128 maybe that don't have some form of job.
81. Richie requires 40.
You can't really call the likes of Martin Adams and Phil Taylor amateurs, can you? But I like the idea.
Game shot on the
don't quite
third
know
leg.
how you
Richie
would
Howson.
structure it, but I like the idea of an event
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw
where
first.
it's not
Game
the
on.
normal participants you expect when you put the TV on. I think that's what makes the World Seniors so exciting when you have got the likes of
123.
Leonard Gates and Richie Howson, for example. A lot of players in the game would have known Richie for many years.
It's just the one gap, isn't there, in the market in terms of TV darts now. It is an event like that where you've got
Yeah.
a couple of different
60.
names.
Well, the numbers that the World Seniors did were super impressive. Really, really good.
And that's why a major terrestrial TV network is taking on the Champion of Champions.
Yeah, on Channel 5, of
78.
course, the Saturday and Sunday afternoon. That's a huge breakthrough for all the people involved at the World Seniors, getting that on a platform that is terrestrial and so high up.
And you have to
60.
flick through a couple of channels to get there.
Yeah. And that's what they pay the big money for, and many people don't realise that.
These two will be playing each other
100.
in that particular event as well. And what an opportunity for someone who wins the golden ticket qualifier to play the power on TV.
Yeah, and actually, I've just seen that Martin Thomas has entered that, another
45.
friend of the Super Series, the Welshman. Good luck to Martin.
Go into that with plenty of confidence money after winning the Isle of Man.
Absolutely.
85.
Whoever wins that qualifier is going to deserve it.
Going to be a tough field.
I know Gates is playing in it. I think McEwen's playing in it as well.
Yeah.
Not
60.
surprised if the likes of Andy
Robert, you
Hamilton
require
gives it a go as well.
115.
100% he'll be there. Imagine if he qualifies to play his old foe, Phil Taylor, in round one.
75.
Yeah, they played a couple of major finals over the years. Grand Slam's the one that sticks in my mind.
45.
Thornton here has just made a charge
Robert, you
here
require 40.
against Howson, who's just dipped below the par that we've come to expect of him in recent times. Now, decision possibly to make here for Thornton. Up for double five, but Howson's all the way on 2-3-1. Decides to
Game shot on
attack
the
it,
fourth leg.
gets it,
Robert
and leads
Thornton.
3-1. It was just toying with the owl.
I just love the way he's sort of, well, I'll just slot it
Fifth
in
leg,
there.
it's Richie to throw first.
Exactly what
Game
he
on.
did, well, Jeff Smith was 3-0 down to Adam Warner, and he's turned that around to win 6-3.
60.
The ties coming up next. Graham Usher, another player with plenty of success here. Another player that's had a 9-darter, of course, in the Super Series.
60.
George Killington, another player that's played in the Super Series. And it's interesting when you talk to all of these players that have gone on to either get the tour cards for the first time or get one back. They all put it down
60.
to the fact that whilst other players weren't getting the opportunity, they were getting the opportunity of playing super competitive matches in an
60.
environment that sort of is similar to that they're playing in Q School and Challenge Tour and everything else. It's a competitive edge.
140.
What I'm really intrigued to see this year is if the 2 Challenge Tour / Dev Tour players that qualify for the World Championship comes via the Super Series route,
140.
and knowing that there's more exposure in terms of the big stage and in terms of the crowds on Saturday night, that we might see an inflamed performance from those types of players when it comes to Alexandra Palace.
100.
Here's a tie, another example of those that benefited from the experience. Dylan Slevin, one of them, a young Irishman that I'm super impressed with, and Scott Williams, who was
140.
brilliant.
Richie required
There was no shock at all.
141.
He went on to get his tour card. Well, he actually got it via the Challenge Tour, didn't he?
Oh, I didn't even have to do that. His Pro Tour ranking was
sorry,
good
yeah.
enough to...
109.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, not the
Robert,
yeah.
you require 101.
Danny Van Tripe was very thankful.
Yeah. Double 12 to wrap it up in style.
77. Richie required 32.
Not quite this time, and so Howson is back for 32. Two eights
Game shot the fifth
to keep
leg.
himself alive,
Richie
but this is
Howson.
the leg as far as Robert Thornton is concerned, because he is the one who has the darts to seal a
Sixth leg, it's
4-2
Roberts to throw
victory.
first. Game
We'll
on.
put him on to 6 points.
One match dart for Chocolate. Double 12 off the back of the 101. And only
45.
45. The door has been opened for Howson.
Robert Thornton, who is famous for his walk-on of 500 miles by the Proclaimers, but what people forget that once upon a time, back in his Lakeside days, he walked onto Eurythmics' Sweet Dreams Are Made of This.
And they were
84.
Scottish, weren't they? Eurythmics.
Just getting ready for the quiz tonight, mate.
Annie Lennox and Dave Stewart.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
131.
I think, what was their other hit?
Oh, they had loads. I wouldn't go to that quiz if I was you.
140.
Not without the curriculator.
That's all right, we've got Scalping Taylor.
He said he's a bit of a dark horse in the old quizzes, isn't he?
He's good. He's
100.
good. It's the quiet ones you got to look out for, Mace.
As they say, empty vessels make the most noise.
Does an excellent job
116.
in
Richie
computing all the
required
scores, as Howson here
130.
looks to compute to 130 to send us the distance in this particular match. Well, that's set nicely for another treble. And so it's going to be up for double 5 for 3-3.
120. Robert,
For
you
the first
require
time
116.
today, thickness of the wire away. Oh, this would smart. Tops to wrap it up 4-2.
Game,
Ouch.
shots, and the match.
Richie
Robert
Howson
Thornton.
wires double 5 for 3-3. He would have had the darts in the decider, but it's Thornton who takes out the 116, another average in excess of 90 for the Scotsman. 3 140s, 180, tidying up on the finishes, 4 out of 9, and that high finish of 116 that sealed the deal. Well, Sam Cankett takes on John Nelson in our next match.
We are into Monday's final flings here at the MODUS Super Series. All 6 players have played 4 of their fixtures and each have 1 match left to play. In terms of the table, remember they will all play 15 games in this group, so still early days, but the standard setters are Robert Thornton and Sam Cankett, who is looking to cap off a very happy birthday here with a 4th win from 5 matches. He faces amateur qualifier John Nelson in the pair's last match of the day. One for the Nelson scrapbook today, his victory over the great Robert Thornton earlier. The ADC representative's only win so far. Ironically, Sam Cankett's only defeat so far came against the Thorn. So let's get the action underway in this one. Back to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
As you say, ironically enough, but that's probably the tail of the tape as far as this group is concerned. There's not really much to separate the 6 players, really, is there? But for John Nelson, you just get the sense that this is a big game for him after what happened last time out against Gary Stafford.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough ask from him. Been very impressed with Sam Cankett today. As Murphy said, all the players now completed 4 matches, all with 1 to play. Only the 1 defeat so far today.
First leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
And that was a 4-3 defeat to Robert Thornton, a match he was very much in. But we've seen more than enough to know
26.
He is going to be dangerous. And right on cue, it's 26. Cheers, pal.
Curse of the commentator. Stars are being to go on.
59.
Yeah, you just feel the scoring power maybe.
125.
Just a little bit too much for John Nelson in this one.
$96.
That scoring power
83.
was on display against Robert Thornton, even though he was defeated. He had the higher average of the 2. He averaged 87, hit 2 180s, missed 10 darts at a double. Robert Thornton won that one with an 84.5.
39.
There's been points a day where averages haven't been truly indicative of what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, in the actual
42.
game before this one, he hit 4 180s, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and averaged just shy of 101, and that beautiful 10 darter to wrap
58.
it up 4-1 against a very good Lee Cox.
$140. Sammy require 170.
First one of the match and leg.
58. John, you require 69.
Scoring power of Cankett, but the better scoring in this leg has been from this man. And he's missed the 45, so 17 leaves ball. Bully gets
the first
and bang
leg. John Nelson
in the middle. And it is John Nelson who breaks through. And that goes
second leg. It's John to throw first. Game on.
Bang in the middle solves the riddle as far as John Nelson is concerned. And has that just applied a little bit of confidence into his game? A bit of confidence for the qualifier.
Well, I'm not sure of the odds before the off, but
100.
I can only imagine they made Cankett an absolute monstrous favourite for this tie.
100.
He's flying with freedom. It's his last game of the day. And I suppose he's in that position now where he can just
100.
empty the tank. Go with the flow and see what happens. To a certain degree, the nervous bits of this game or this day are all but over now. You can just go and maybe enjoy it and see what happens.
Well, even though Cankett is about to go 2-0 down,
97. John,
well, now the odds have changed.
87.
It's Cankett 11-8, Nelson 8-15. This is for an 11.
78.
I would probably still take that 11-8. Seen some vulnerabilities at times.
140. John, you require
on the
9.
finishing.
Double 4. Now 2s. Steps back to recompose.
Game shot on
And
the
fires
second
the double.
leg.
And maybe
John
that was just a
Nelson.
lesson learnt from earlier on today, where we saw 1 or 2 last darts in hand become a little bit rushed. He just stepped
Third
back
leg, it's
there,
Sam to throw
recomposed,
first. Game on.
found the double. He leads Cankett 2-0.
I can assure you they can't hear us in the players' practice room. They do have a
85.
big screen in there, watching exactly the action you're getting at home. But fortunately for them, no volume.
96.
But yeah, it was something that we picked up early on. He can just go in with a quick one, can't he, on darts 2 and especially darts 3. But fair play to him. He could have twitched there after the 140 from
97.
Cankett to leave 64.
$100.
This is miles above anything we've seen from him so far today. He's averaging over 92.
120. $99.
Maybe he's reached the point, as you mentioned, Henry, where he's just all in.
And this is different to regular competition darts in the fact that you know you're
39.
playing 5 times today, and sometimes players who aren't used to this format may just reserve a bit of energy early on and then release it later. It's not like a normal tournament. You have to go full gung-ho from the
58.
first round, otherwise you're out.
Sam, you
Yeah,
require
exactly. You
160.
do have to manage your game totally different in this format. Knockout darts, of course, you approach in a completely different mindset.
56. John, you require 148. $60. Sam, you require
104 for Sam
104.
to hold, and it's almost a must-get with Nelson on 88. Maybe get a dart at the
56.
ball off of this, but
John, you require
last dart he had
88.
at the ball, you couldn't have placed it any more central.
And it is where he is going to lay his hat again.
shot on
And
the
it's where
third
he's going to
leg.
pin
John
again
Nelson.
to leave 3-0. Well, this was against the script, wasn't it? But John Nelson, the ADC
Fourth leg, it's John to throw
qualifier, leads
first.
Sam Cankett
Game
by
on.
3-0 and is putting in a premier performance to round off his day.
This is a player who was probably
60.
sub 20% for the day on finishing. He, in leg 1, took out 69 on the ball, a 15 darter in leg 2 with a max,
137.
and he's just took 88 out on the ball for 3-0.
45.
He's now 6-1 on, 4-1 about Sam Cankett.
Following the conclusion of this one,
59.
2 more games to our day. But Thornton against Gary Stafford and then Lee Cox against Richie Howson.
60.
Final match of the day could be a barnstormer.
Lee Cox quoted at 5-4 with the bookmakers for that. Richie Howson, the
100.
4-7 favourite.
Johnny Nelson can do this 4-0. He's staggered to think what the odds would have been.
78.
Sam Cankett has not had a dart at a double.
55.
This is a player looking to win 4 out of 5 of his games coming into this.
100.
Well,
Sammy
Johnny Nelson
require
trying to provide
150.
the knockout blow.
Like it. What weight was he world champion?
Yeah, I shouldn't have really started that, should I?
83.
I
John,
might
you
skip the
require
quiz now.
158.
Well, to go out in stars, not going to happen with the 158, and so Cankett should get his first opportunity at double now.
98. Sam, you requires 67.
Going for treble 20. And it tops. Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
What a
Sam
finish
Cankett.
that could be for Sam Cankett. An 18 dart, break a throw.
Fifth leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Taking out the 67. Well, Johnny Nelson poised on 60.
58.
I take he wasn't world champion at £60.
No.
135.
Maybe one of his legs weighed 60 pound.
$85.
Cruiserweight, mate.
As Nelson cruising towards a victory here.
A product of the Winkerbank boxing gym. Brendan Ingle, of course. Let's go on about the Ingle style, but in fact it was Errol Graham who brought that to the gym. Brendan Ingle,
96.
a legend in the sport and the area, did so much for the community. Now that legacy is continued by his son, Dominic.
100. John, you require 170.
What a way to finish this would be. What a way to finish this would be. And you would have fancied him for the ball as well, the way he's been playing.
125.
He's already had 2 bullseye finishes in this match.
All boxing, the Winkerbank gym, of course, the product of Nazim Hamed, whose parents had a shop just up the road.
John, you require 45.
To claim a second win of the day. And to get the
shots,
better of Sam Cankett. And John Nelson finishes his first day at the Super Series with a win. Getting the better of Sam Cankett by 4 legs to 1. A really good performance, an 87.32 average, 50% on the doubles, including 2 bullseye finishes to boot. As for Sam Cankett, 3 wins from his 5 matches today on 6 points, puts himself in a very good position moving into moving day tomorrow. 2 more matches for us to come. It's Thornton against Stafford after this short break.
The penultimate match of the opening day on week 6 of MODUS Super Series 3 is about to get underway, and it features a man that many fancy to join the lineup for Champions Week, of which half the field will be known come Saturday night here in Portsmouth. That man is former World Master, World Grand Prix champion, UK Open winner, World Seniors match play winner and two-time World Seniors champion Robert Thornton. And the Scotsman could end the day as the outright league leader. That after a bit of an upset in the previous match when Sam Cankett was beaten by ADC qualifier John Nelson. Gary Stafford looking for a similar story here to stop Thornton moving to 8 points. In fact, if Gary can pull it off, there would only be 2 points between the 6 players after the first day's play. An intriguing encounter awaits, and to talk you through it, here are Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And yeah, this has been an interesting Group A, which at points a player had threatened to run away with the group, but at that point something else then just tends to happen. And could Gary Stafford put another one of those moments in when we think Thornton could go top overnight on 8 points and Stafford keep the pack conjoined together?
Well, Johnny Nelson has beat arguably 2 of the best players today. He's beat Robert Thornton.
First leg, it's Roberts to throw first.
Sam
Game
Cankett,
on.
who was top of the table at that point. Just ahead of Thornton on leg difference, but a chance for
60.
Thornton to extend his lead at the top. Thornton 6 points plus 6, so Cankett 6 points plus 3. Howson, who will be playing in our final game
140.
against Lee Cox, on 4 points, as is Lee Cox on 4 points.
135.
Days like today, which is why we call it Tuesday moving day.
Yeah, today's an example of why to approach the
85
angle with a bit of caution. Because after that last game, I can hear the scrunching of betting slips.
96.
But that's why you should gamble responsibly. Be gamble aware.
18 plus when the fun
100.
stops. Stop.
I'll remember that Saturday night when I'm in Pop World at 3:30 in the morning.
138.
I couldn't imagine it. Don't get too excited, Gary. There we go.
36. Robert, you require 72.
15 ball. Seen 2 of these in the last
47.
game.
Gary, you require 40.
Can't do a Nelson. Well, it was a full Nelson, wasn't it? From Johnny.
Okay, Stafford will be saying, aye, aye, aye.
No score.
Aye, aye, aye.
Robert, you require
What's
25.
going on there? 17. For his favourite double fort. Staying as far away from
23.
the 16s and 8s as possible.
Gary,
He's
you require 40.
not had any joy in that today. Tens
20.
has not been a friend either.
Robert, you require
And so Thornton
2.
is up in the madhouse.
Not for the
No
first
score.
time today.
Gary, you require 20.
Robert's having a full-gone argument with himself in the background.
Can he hit double 10? Can he hit double 5? It's for a break of throw.
10. Robert, you require 2.
Well, just put one just marginally high. You aim for the top wire. If you pull it slightly, it'll go
Game
in.
shot on the first
That
leg.
was nowhere
Robert
near an in, but
Thornton.
he'll take it.
One up, one in,
Second
as they
leg, it's
say.
Gary to throw
And
first.
Thornton is one
Game
up.
on.
Oh, the bagel backers were panicking there.
59.
8 darts missed a double in that leg from Stafford.
$45.
Maybe a bit Bit of fatigue creeping in. Thornton. Long drive down from Scotland
60.
yesterday. Always find as well after a long drive you don't sleep particularly
92.
soundly. Would have been up around about 6:30 a.m. this morning. Take all of these things into account.
140.
6:30. That's a late start for you, isn't it, when you're in the gym?
56.
Yeah, well, well, when I'm at home, I'm in there for around about that time, but I do the afternoon training here.
Sure, we'll see the live videos.
Yeah, always put a few
45.
lives up. Still have a massive client base from personal training pre and during
84.
lockdown. Still do a lot of remote advice.
177.
The back of having 2 months out, my goodness. Through injury and illness and then prepping for the World Seniors. Whew.
54.
Yeah,
Gary required
a shock
20.
to the system going back last week.
Well, it feels like a double of purgatory for Gary Stafford today, this double 10.
No
He has
score.
had no
Robert, you
fun,
require
no favours
170.
whatsoever there. And perhaps it would be typical of his day if Thornton was to nail the big fish. It's not going to happen on this occasion. And so Stafford, again, is sat at double 10.
60. Gary, you
Should've gone
required
4
20.
double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
A
Gary
rueful
Stafford.
shake of the head, but he'll take it. Level against Thornton. He finds the double 10.
Third leg, it's
That has
Robert to
been
throw first.
So
Game on.
pesky and so treacherous for him throughout the duration of the day.
$26.
Well, you don't need me to describe what Robert thought about that throw. He said everything for us.
First player to qualify for Euro Tour 5.
41.
Ricky Evans. 6-2 win over Gabriel Clemens. Great day for Ricky Evans. I know he's making a
38.
transition, of course, into using new equipment, which I do believe he used yesterday.
Playing well at the minute, Ricky. I'm just a bit unlucky with his draws and things like that.
Yep. Yeah, he's walked into a
30.
few monsters, hasn't he? Currently in action for a qualification spot. William O'Connor, 2-2 with Brian Raman, another player we've seen at the Super Series. Bunting 1-0 up on Menzies.
22.
Covenhoven 3-2 up on Luke Peters. And Connor Scott facing Daryl Gurney, 0-0. Winners of all those matches qualify.
Mike Ivanhoe having a good season.
100.
Dropped off the tour last year. He gained his card at the first time of asking and is making full advantage of his second go at the Pro Tour.
I'll tell you who else has been putting in some numbers of late? Daryl Gurney.
100.
And needs to. He's been on a slippery slope for a while.
A little bit to defend as well, isn't he, this year?
Yep.
100.
Barry Anderson in the penultimate game before the qualification games. 5-3 up on Adam Smith-Neal, averaging a ton.
42.
Who else is good to see back playing some good stuff? Jeffrey Deswan.
I think dropping off the tour kind of gave him that little bit of a kick up the somewhere, which he
Proverbial.
needed, yeah.
60.
Stafford down to 170. Robert Thornton's hit a brick
60.
wall here.
Gary, you require 170.
11-2 Stafford was to win this match. He's on the verge of getting a break of throw.
98.
All Thornton can do is hit and then hope.
99. Gary requires 72.
Keeps him half interested, but can Stafford do here with the 72 against the throw? Going to be one dart at the top of the board,
52.
which drags just below.
Robert, you require 114.
If this would be typical Thornton, wouldn't it?
94. Gary, you require 20.
Stafford at double 10. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Game shot on the
Double
third
five says
leg.
me again.
Gary Stafford.
The singing voices not really got too
Fourth
much
leg,
better.
it's Gary to throw first. Game
As
on.
you can tell, 6 weeks locked in this commentary box, I've gone insane.
Stir crazy.
Paul Nicholson caught me singing Hadaway in a link last week.
125.
Beginning to get a little annoyed.
42.
And I don't blame him. He's averaging, oh, dare I say it, 62.
41. 140.
Welcome back.
Reminder of how the fixtures work here at the Super Series. These all reverse tomorrow, so this will be the first game of each
100.
other's day tomorrow morning from 9:30 here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
134.
Following this one, Lee Cox against Richie Howson, and of course that will flip to be the first game of tomorrow morning session. And of course, if you are watching us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, do give us a subscribe, because on top of the live action, we're bringing you other bonus content. We had a little interview with Paul Nicholson on Saturday night about the 2-year anniversary of the Super
55.
Series.
I watched it. Very
Gary,
good.
you require 95.
Did that on stage, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, I watched that yesterday.
Worst bit about it was trying not to fall off that swinging chair. Stafford
Game shot
gets
on
the
fourth leg.
95 pin
Gary
for a 3-1
Stafford.
lead.
15 darter there.
Because I'm not saying mine and Paul's
Fifth
height
leg,
are
it's Roberts to
different,
throw
but I had to
first.
have my
Game
chair
on.
much higher up than his, and let's say my feet couldn't touch the floor, so it could have been a career-ending experience if I fell off.
When we
85.
go out for lunch or dinner, we always try and get you a high chair. How about this one for a qualification spot? Adrian
40.
Lewis takes on Luke Woodhouse. He's been playing some terrific darts, hasn't he, Luke Woodhouse?
60.
To be fair, we have to do that when we go out with Owen Binks, don't we, the high chair? Not because of his height, just for other reasons.
$98.
I'm not saying he eats a lot, but don't give him a knife and fork. We just take a shovel.
83.
Problem is, you know this is going to get clipped on his social media later. All in jest, Owen. All
41.
in jest.
$58.
Well, even a one treble visit here from Stafford could be enough, but a 140 would be dreamy for him.
100.
He'll take that. $41. He is in a world of trouble here. Robert Thornton most definitely has hit the brick wall.
100.
If anyone can back himself out of a corner like this, it is the Thorn.
Gary,
although he was disappointed with that last start. That was a flyer.
4 18s and ball. 6 18s, double 7. Didn't even think about it. I like that play.
97.
Oh, he's given himself a
Robert,
match
you
start.
require 45.
Wasn't a million miles away. Oh, and he's missed the big number again.
$29. Gary, you require 25.
I think that says it all. As Stafford steps up for the 25 for a 4-1 success, it would put him on to 4 points. But there seems to be a drag when it comes to the big numbers.
17.
And there's a miss on the match-winning double.
16.
And so Thornton is still alive in this game. If he can find the double A, he brings it back to 3-2. He has had absolutely no joy on that part of the board. And now double 4's not even coming to rescue him now.
14. Gary, you require 8.
Double 4 for Stafford then. 4 points from his opening day.
Game, shot,
and it is a 4-1 win for Gary Stafford. It's 2 wins from his opening day here at the Super Series. The man who came into this group right at the very last minute due to playing Group C, but due to circumstances elsewhere, has been given the invite into Group A, has got the better of the form by 4 legs to 1. One final game for us. It's Lee Cox, Richie Howson, live next.
Here we go then, the last match of Monday's play here at the MODUS Super Series in a really tight group. Actually, the last couple of results have made it very, very interesting going into tomorrow. Whatever happens here, there will only be 2 points separating all 6 players. We'll run through that at the end of the day. But first, Lee Cox and Richie Howson have business to attend to. Which one of them will be in the top 3? Which one will be in the bottom 3? We'll find out with our top 2, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Oh, too kind, Murph. Too kind.
Well, a big win for either here, and they could top the table overnight. It's a fascinating tie. They go 5-4 Cox. Howson 4-7. But for me, nah. Don't like it.
And it's a case of we don't really know what to expect from the pair because we've seen some really good performances from both, but we've also seen performances that have gone the other way. And I think both will admit that maybe overnight what they'll be searching for is a little bit more consistency, especially in terms of the doubling in Richie Howson's case. That's probably been the one area of the game which he'll be looking to sharpen up on tomorrow.
And Cox has been on or off. He's won 2 matches 4-0. Lost a match 4-0 and lost a match 4-1. And amongst all of that, had a
60
personal best here at the Super Series of 103.66 in that 4-0 win over John Nelson, where he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles.
100.
Bonkers.
Yeah, answers on a postcard. Updates from the Eurotour qualifier. William O'Connor joins Ricky Evans on the
78
trip to the Netherlands with a 6-4 win over Brian Rahman.
$121.
One leg away. Luke Woodhouse's great form continues. 4-0 up against Adrian Lewis, and he's averaging 105. Mike Covenhoven is also a qualifier, 6-4 win over Luke Peters.
I used to think that come the end of last year, there was severe questions about Luke Woodhouse's tour card, and now look how he's playing at the beginning of 2023.
Well, stylistically, he's got all. He's got the full package. Good start to the match from Richie Howson. Ton, 1-2-1. Ton.
140.
Cox puts himself back in the leg with a 140. He'd love a 140 here to leave tops. There's 80 of them. Oh.
85. Lee required 144.
Another. Not to be this time. The lie, the first start did sit nicely as well, but not to be. So Howson back on 95 as Cox leaves himself from double 8. But these finishes have been more than makeable for Howson. He'll go the bullseye route to ensure himself of a dart in the middle of the diddle.
70. Lee requires 16.
2 8s for a hold.
Game shot on the first leg. Lee Cox.
16 dart hold. 1 dart at the ball for Richie Howson.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Today, didn't he? That combination ball finish using the 25. Oh, they're perfectly placed for him for a max.
140. $60.
Feels very much like a dying art, the art of stacking in the game.
Yeah. Went through phases of it. Still a few players that have that style.
123.
Bunting and Cami Menzies, 5-5. Oof. Notable
100
at the moment. Clearmacher leads Ratajski 2-1. Ratajski averaging 106. Clearmacher 114.
Stay well clear of that one.
134.
There's a brutal draw for the last qualification spot. Cox could find himself in a spot of bother here because Howson after 9 has left himself on 104, having had a dart at the ball to win the first leg. So he's going to give himself a dart at double 16.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
second
finish.
Leg. Richie Howson.
And a nice sign of respect there from Lee Cox with the fist bump.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Clinical.
And it is those types of finishes
60.
that has propelled Richie Howson to those heights. I remember being with Matthew Edgar one week and he just kept taking out 116 for fun. We dubbed it the Howson.
100.
Has defeated Bunting 6-5. despite bunting averaging 101. 94 the average for Cammy, but he's off to the Netherlands.
58.
This week of darts, Challenge Tour weekend this weekend in Germany. We wish everyone out there all the very best of luck. Sure there's going to be a plethora of Super Series regulars partaking in that.
180.
As Cox gets the game's first maximum.
Just it's almost non-stop now, darts, isn't it? Whether it be
140.
ADC, PDC, WDC, WDF, the Super Series. WDC's a few years ago, that.
Been down dangerous territory there.
Yeah, yeah.
100.
Suppose we'll have to acronym ourselves MSS, won't we? Darts has to have acronyms.
55. Lee, you require 103.
Double 12.
79.
Not to be on this
Richie
occasion.
require 121.
So Howson 1-2-1 for break of throw on the back of a 104 in the previous leg, but it won't be done now.
43. Lee, you require 24.
6-4, so he's also qualified. And
Game shot on the third
Cox
leg.
is
Lee Cox.
thinking about qualification from Group A. That was a beautiful leg, a 16 dart hold.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw
Reestablishes
first. Game
lead
on.
once again.
It's that type of dart which Howson doesn't like. I wouldn't be surprised if he... I was wondering
100.
maybe he was going to head downstairs for a second then, but finds the treble with the last dart.
$60.
And despite the scoring prowess for Howson, have a look at this, the scoring power pack. Completely outweighted compared to Lee Cox, but when he's had the opportunities, the man from London, he's taken them.
Yeah, and it's
57.
probably why Richie Howson's averaging, well, prior to that visit, exactly 100. Now 97.31, but still 11 more than his opponent. But it's Lee Cox who
60.
remains in front. Mainly down to the finishing from Lee Cox. He's just not letting Richie Howson back in, so it's very much a scoring average at the moment.
83.
Well, Howson's only leg, he had to take out a 104. You may find himself in trouble with the darts here.
140.
And the other leg, he had one dart, a ball for a 15 off of the 95, of course, in leg one.
57.
He's not had a non-scoring dart.
140.
Excellent visit to pile the pressure on the Howson throw. He's looking pretty much for the perfect 15, isn't he? 101 out after 12.
60. Lee, you
Yep.
require 101.
Usually done with 4 tons, but it's been 2 60s and 2 140s. But here we go. Toppers.
61. Richie require 144.
Done a 104. Need to do a 144.
Not to be, and so Lee Cox wants tops a 3-1
100.
to take
Lee
full
require
command
40.
of this match. To move within one of the finishing line.
Game shot on the fourth
And one
leg.
away he is.
Lee Cox.
And defying the near 93 average of Richie Howson up to press. 18 dart leg there, 1 in 6 visits, sees a
Fifth
leg
leg, it's
away.
Lee to throw
A win
first.
that would put him on to
Game
6
on.
points, would put him tied for the lead overnight.
And he has the darts in this one to get it done.
A
78.
treble with the last dart. Howson needs a 2 treble visit here, you feel. Chris Mason departs
60.
to head up to the balcony and join Chris Murphy for his assessment of the day. Reminder, we will be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for day 2, moving day in Group A. Well, there's going to be a lot of shifting to sort out, that is for sure, because it's going to be a tight and congested group, no matter what the outcome of this particular match is going to be. We know that no matter what happens, we're going to see 3 players on 6 points, 3 players on 4 points. Good luck deciphering that.
100.
There's a potential scenario that all 6 players could be level on 10 points going into Wednesday's action still.
58.
That is how tight this group is.
$43.
43, but how much will that matter? Cry of rubbish from Richie, because he knows
94.
he's handedly 6 starts from here to get the job done, to get the game won. And to finish off with a positive win-to-lose ratio for the opening day.
30.
Only a 30 there has just reopened the door of opportunity for Howson. And this time he looks set to take full advantage of that. No messing about at all.
Lee require 150.
Even himself, 32 against the darts, and the 150 isn't going to go for the match. And so Howson
42.
returns for double 16 for the breaker throw and to bring it back to 3-2. 2 8s. Can he slide it across about an inch?
24.
He's readjusted too much.
Lee require 108.
And so now for the match, Lee Cox wants 108. Not to be done on this occasion.
56.
And so Howson returns for the double
Richie
4.
require 8. Game
And
shot
back
on
we
the
go
fifth
to 3-2.
leg.
That's a
Richie
break for
Howson.
Howson, who has the darts to send us the
6 leg, it's
distance in
Richie
our
to throw
final match
first.
of the day.
Game on. $40.
Of course, if you are tuning in to us, you want to keep across tabs on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. I grabbed a chat with Paul Nicholson on Saturday night before play got underway.
99.
What about the 2 years of this product? We'll be celebrating that birthday in full tomorrow. The cupcakes and candles will be in full order tomorrow.
125.
Maybe we'll get a caterpillar cake.
140.
Yeah, celebratory caterpillar cake. I think that's how we're going to celebrate the 2-year anniversary of the Super Series. Well, they could be bone tensions, can't they, these days? So, Cox 130 for the match against the Howson Darts.
60.
And
Lee
he's going to get 6.
130.
Seal a 3rd win of the day. And of course, for the 18s, didn't have to go the traditional route with
90.
Howson not left on a finish. And so he leaves himself set fair on tops after 12 to get over the line and seal what could be a crucial 2 points in the end.
60. Lee require 40.
We've seen some impressive stuff from Lee Cox today.
30.
But he cannot
Richie
get over the line right now.
116.
So, to send us the distance, a Hail Mary for Howson? not to be this time. That first dart was slightly in the way.
80.
And so double
Lead
5
required 10.
to make it 3 from 5. Straight for the madhouse.
Game,
And straight
shot,
in for the win.
And the match.
And Lee Cox will end the night joint top of the Group A table here at the MODUS Super Series, getting the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2, doing so with 33% on the doubles and 81 average. And so, really, it cannot be any closer, any tighter in Group A. 3 players all tied on 6 points. 3 players all tied on 4 points. It's going to be all to play for tomorrow when moving day really does swing into action. We're going to head up to the balcony now and get the assessment of Chris Mason on day 1 here. He's alongside Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it has been a really interesting day, and we'll see in how the table lies at the end of it, Chris, because it wasn't looking like it would be like this, was it?
No, not at one point. It looked like the sort of top 3 or maybe top 4 were going to start to stretch away from the bottom 2, but some great performances against the better players in the group where they just didn't show up. But I think it was a combination of fatigue, especially Robert Thornton, a long drive down from Scotland yesterday, and then of course our late call-ups, especially Richie Howson. You know, he was expecting to be in the later part of the week. His preparation was probably due to start today, probably around about now. So on reflection, I should imagine he'll be pretty happy.
We can show you that league table now. As Henry just said, 2 points separating all 6 players in it. In fact, the top 2 there, Robert Thornton and Sam Cankett, are level on every single metric. So only separated by that head-to-head, which Robert Thornton won in the last leg decider.
Yeah, it couldn't be any closer at the top, could it? All 3 on 6 points, all 3 on +3. Gary Stafford will be chuffed a bit to come away picking up 2 wins there. He's in a bit of a bother there with the -6, but he can put that right tomorrow. He was another player that got the late call late last night. But Richie Howson, he'll be happy enough with that position, and tomorrow will be a big day. I think usually on day 1 it's more of a settling day really, and especially with those on debut or those that have never played in this venue before. So yeah, I expect the big 3 or 4 tomorrow to make a real big push.
Yeah, those 2 key results were the ones for the defeats for Thornton and Cankett, weren't they, to Stafford and to Nelson? Yeah,
the bottom 2 in the table, and they looked like they were going to get sort of separated from the rest of the group, but those 2 wins have kept them in there. It was, yeah, a bizarre run of results. Certainly a day for the bookies today.
Yeah, excellent start to what is our 2-year anniversary week here at the Super Series, but the fun doesn't have to end here for you. Head over to our social media channels. On YouTube, we've got features, interviews, exclusives, etc. So do carry on watching darts content there. But for live darts, it is the end of today's play. We will return though tomorrow 9:30 AM bright and early and see if this group can start to separate a little bit. We'll see you then.